screen kalabilir. Yok, notum yok benim. Tamam.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me well?
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Horizon Europe launch event. I would like to give a brief information about today's program. We will start with the panel called Low Emission Future Industries and then continue with Ecological and Social Transitions and European Innovation Council. And we will finalize the program with the panel called Industry 5.0, Horizon Europe. And now I would like to give floor to Mr. Çağrı Yıldırım at TÜBİTAK. And Çağrı Bey, you have the floor. Thank you.
Merhaba herkese. Öncelikle bugün için geldiğiniz için çok teşekkür ederim dünkü yoğun etkinlikten sonra. Şimdi İngilizceye geçiyor olacağım. Dear distinguished participants, good morning and welcome to the second day of the Horizon Europe launch event. Today we will host a panel session in various fields. So first panel is about the low emission future industries, the title of this panel. So I am very honored to introduce keynote speaker, Mr. Andrea Gentili, who is currently deputy head of the unit Low Emission Future Industries in the Directorate General for Research Innovation of European Commission. The unit is in charge of European research innovation activities for aviation, waterborne, coal and steel sectors. He is also the Clean Planet Partnership Manager with the task ensuring coordination of 12 European partnerships currently running in Horizon Europe and Euratom programs in the areas of energy and transport. Follow the speech of Mr. Gentili, I will give the floor to our Turkish stakeholders to share their experience in Horizon 2020. And finally, I am very honored to give the floor to Mr. Gentili. I hope he can hear us very well, so thank you very much. Mr.
Yes,
Gentili,
I can hear you.
Hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction. And let me say good morning to everybody. It's a pleasure for me to be here with you, and we will be spending more or less 1.5 hours in this panel. I'm very happy to present what our activities in Europe in relation to the low emission future industries. And then I can tell you, and I can try to specify what we mean by low emission future industries. And then happy to have an exchange question and answer just after the presentation of some colleagues from Turkish colleagues. Now, Horizon Europe, you have listened yesterday morning what Horizon Europe is. And let me welcome all the Turkish colleagues that recently, a few months ago, joined Horizon Europe, and not only, also Erasmus Plus and other programs, because following the signature of the accession agreement to Horizon Europe, Turkish entities can not only participate in European programs in the consortia, but can also be reimbursed. And so I will present in particular cluster 5 of Horizon Europe. And in the cluster 5, I will focus in particular on the part on transport and the low emission future industries. What do we mean by low emissions future industry? We mean those industries which unfortunately are not decarbonized yet. They have to be decarbonized. They are difficult to be decarbonized, and in the future, they will become low emissions. Very good. Horizon Europe, you know now better than me, why not? There are 6 different clusters in Horizon Europe. The cluster 1 is focused on health dimension, cluster 2, the societal dimension of transformation, cluster 3 is cybersecurity, protection of critical infrastructure, cluster 4 is a cluster focused on industry, overall, space and materials and digital, in a way, artificial intelligence and so on. Cluster 5 is the cluster which is focused on basically transport, energy and climate change. And finally, cluster 6, which is on bioeconomy, circular economy, environmental observation. Cluster 5 is a big program. In this big Horizon Europe, it will have a budget of around 15 billion, 15 for the 7 years. And cluster 5, as you can see in the blue part of this slide, comprises several other instruments which are the co-program and co-funded partnerships, institutionalized partnerships, and missions. In particular, you will see mission on cities, climate adaptation, and oceans. Very good. What are those missions and why I am showing the missions? Because as it is mentioned in the cluster 5, I have this, in a way, casquette, this hat on top of my head, being the Clean Planet Partnerships Manager. As I mentioned, there are different types, 3 types of partnerships. The partnership between public and private sector, being public, the European Commission or the member states, being the private side of the partnership, always the external stakeholders, which could be, of course, private entities, private organizations, industry, but also research centers and academia. Those are classified. I put it in the basket of private partnership, public and private. And those are the ones which are on the left and on the right of this slide. Institutionalized partnerships. And in cluster 5, we have 4: clean aviation, clean hydrogen, integrated air traffic management, what it used to be called the CESAR 2, and the transforming European rail system. On the other side, still in the public-private partnership, we have partnerships in the area of sustainable built environment, in the area of automotive towards zero-emission road transport, it's called the 2.0, in the area of batteries, in the area of waterborne, and still in the area of automotive, what we call connective, cooperative, and automated mobility. Well, let's have a look at the cluster 5 work program 22-21, which is the only one available at the moment. For your information, we are working on the next work program 23-24, which have been just started to be drafted, and we had a meeting with the member states just in February. Another meeting will be in April, and the new work program 23-24 is expected to be finalized during, let's say, the summer or just before the summer, so that it can be published next before the end of the year. Okay. Let's have a look to the 21-22, for which some topics are still open. It's important to recognize that the work program of the Commission in Horizon Europe is strongly linked to the policy priorities of the Commissions. And you can see there in different colors the priorities I would say that the most important priorities for Cluster 5, which is focused on transport, energy, and climate change, is indeed the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal, which is the big policy document which was adopted by the Commission just a few weeks after the new Commission took office. It was just before the COVID crisis. It was December 2019, which basically provides an overall vision of the future priorities of the Commission. And for the first time, European Green Deal took a commitment well beyond the mandate of the present Commission. And as you know, the target in relation to the greenhouse gases emission of at least 55% before 2030, but also the big target of Europe to become a climate neutral region in the world before 2050. And of course, other priorities like the digital age, the Europe fit for the digital age, in relation to artificial intelligence, data strategy. You know that the Commission has just 1 month ago adopted the CHIPS Act to make sure that to pump up the production of chips for any kind of applications, automotive or whatever, from the 50% now up to 30 and beyond %. And then other policy priorities. Now, just a quick mention to the Fit for 55 package. I already mentioned that the European Green Deal was adopted by the Commission in December 19, and then it was clear that following these policy priorities listed in the European Green Deal, there was the need to look at the existing legislation and to make sure that the existing legislation and the future legislation could be aligned with these new policy priorities. And that is exactly the purpose of the Fit for 55 package, which was adopted by the Commission in July 21, just a bit more than 6 months ago. After, let's say, 1.5 years from the European Green Deal, the Commission listed 14 different big packages of initiatives that had to be adapted to the European Green Deal. And those initiatives are exactly in the area of climate, in the area of energy, in the area of transport. You may know the famous ETS scheme, the emission trading scheme for aviation. Waterborne was included in these schemes, just to mention a few of them. Another important element of Horizon Europe in general, but in particular for Cluster 5, is the focus on expected impacts. And let me here give you a recommendation, a suggestion. You will be, as you know, hopefully joining in the next month's consortia preparing proposal for projects in the area of Cluster 5 or any other area. It's important in writing the proposal to specify not only the innovation, the breakthrough innovation or the technological value of your ideas. It's as important also to define what kind of impacts you are expecting from these innovative technologies. Impact at many levels, impact on the policy priorities, impact in terms of transition to a climate neutral and resilient society, impact in relation to the sustainable transition of the energy and transport sectors, input towards the environment, reduction of noise, reduction of CO2, but non-CO2 emissions, impact in terms of creating a more resilient and democratic European society. So this slide, even though it's full of text, just to remind you that the description of the impacts in the proposals is as important as the novelty of the idea in terms of research and innovation. Okay, now cluster 5. Cluster 5 work program is divided in 6 destinations. Horizon Europe is divided in 6 clusters, but inside the cluster 5, we have 6 destinations. The first destination is climate science. The second destination, cross-cutting solutions, which are serving many other areas like batteries, cities, breakthrough technologies, the stakeholders environment. Destination 3, I think it has been presented yesterday by my colleague Hélène on energy supply, and destination 4, energy demands from the building side and demands from industry side. Destination 5 is the destination, I would say, focus on transport, clean and competitive solution for all types of transport modes. And then we have destination 6, focus on transport and smart mobility services. Well, a bit of overview, things become interesting when you show figures related to money. What is the EU, let's say, distribution in terms of money per destination? You would see that in the table, the biggest, I would say, yes, the biggest budget is among the 6 destinations area is related to the energy supply. Because this area covers the and renewables, for example, is 1.2 billion euros, the 40% of the total share. It's interesting also to mention one element that in the destination 5, which is the destination in orange that you can see there, clean and competitive transport mode, the 511 million foreseen, so 70% of the total budget for cluster 5 have to be complemented, has to be complemented by the budget that we have in the joint undertakings. I will mention and I will describe a bit more the joint undertaking later on. Because the joint undertaking, they have a different regulation. They are, even though they are aligned with the Horizon Europe program, because they are part of the Horizon program, but they are not part of the work program, work 21-22, no, the future ones. All right. Here you can see in the work program how the topics, which are almost 200 topics, have been distributed between the partnerships. And you can see that basically 31% of the total topics are, let's say, can be listed in the partnerships, which are co-funded partnerships and co-program partnerships. As I mentioned early on, the institutionalized partnerships are not a part of the work program because they have an independent work program in the joint undertaking. You will see that I have highlighted in green. Why I choose the color green? Because now green is very much in fashion. I've seen the, you can see that I have put in green all the elements relevant to the low emission future industries. As the future industries, low emission future industries in the cluster 5 are waterborne, aviation, and clean steel. So that's why I have put here in green the zero emission waterborne transport. It's a partnerships which is supported by the Commission through the work program. which for this work program contains 12 topics for a budget of 160 million, just above that. Okay, now here you can see again the budget distribution in terms of two important elements. You can see that cluster 5 is strongly supporting climate action. Among the 6 clusters in Horizon Europe is the biggest in terms of budget supporting climate action. The support of cluster 5 in relation to digital agenda is a bit small, because there is cluster 4 in cluster 4, which is fully devoted to digital technologies. As you can see there, cluster 4 here is supporting by, we can say, 61% of the topics directly to the digital agenda. All right, we have talked about the budget. You have talked about already what are the general ideas and philosophy of cluster 5. Here you can see some deadlines. You may see that there are deadlines which have already expired until here, more or less. We are somewhere here. There are some topics which are still open. In particular, there are topics in the area of energy supplies, and then all of those topics that you can see here are still in the future. So please be welcome to join consortia preparing proposal for those topics, if relevant for you. Now, I mentioned earlier on the destination 5 within cluster 5 covers transport. And again, here I put in green the 2 sectors which are particularly relevant in terms of low emission. So this destination covers the automotive sector with the zero emission road transport that you can see here through the 2 zero emission road transport partnerships, co-program partnership. It covers the 2 areas which are aviation from one side and waterborne from the other side, and also covers some health-related and environmental-related issues in relation to transport, in particular reducing emission and their impact through scientific knowledge, reduction of noise, reduction of particle emissions, smog prevention. So now, coming back to the center of this slide, the aviation and waterborne. Aviation, you know, is also covered through a joint undertaking called Clean Aviation. And this is, of course, is not covered here. The Clean Aviation joint undertaking will, in the next week, will publish its first work program. You will see it's a big program for almost 750 million euros, covering in particular the environmental, let's say the subject of decarbonized aviation. What you can see there in this aviation part of the Cluster 5 collaborative program are the areas complementing what it is done in clean aviation. So basically focusing on non-CO2 emissions, focus on local air pollution, and focus on digital aviation technologies. The waterborne, I already mentioned to you, the waterborne topics are all of them in the area of the co-program partnerships, which are called the ZEWT, Zero Emission Waterborne Transport. There are elements which are important in relation to the future emission, in the relation to the low emission future industries, also in Destination 6, which are basically related to the multimodal transport systems, logistics, infrastructure, upgrading of resilient physical and digital infrastructure for smarter vehicle, and also elements in relation to the safety and resilience. There is, for example, in waterborne, a specific interesting topic related to the minimization of infection on large passenger ships or human factors in aviation and so on. Okay, just let's have a look a bit more in detail. That's why I put all green in this slide, because this is the slide focused on what we do in aviation, what type of topic we cover in aviation in 21 and 22. You can see not a big budget there. The total budget for the 21 and 22 for each year is around 50 million. But as I mentioned, there are two other joint undertakings covering aviation, one being clean aviation and the other the air traffic management. Here, in this part of aviation, it's important to ensure complementarities with those joint undertakings initiatives and making sure that we maintain the European aero industry global sustainable leadership position. This is an element which is extremely important. In the meantime, I can see a message that I received in the chat. Of course, you can access to my LinkedIn profile. No problem to share it. No problem also to share this presentation that I shared with the organizer, so that you can make use of it in the future. No problems at all. A bit focus on waterborne transport, what we cover in terms of waterborne transport. The budget for waterborne in the work program is around 100 million per topic. Here, the zero emission waterborne transport, they focus on reducing all type of emissions, while the clean aviation is mainly focused on the greenhouse gases reduction, emissions reduction, sorry. So basically the CO2 decarbonization. In terms of waterborne, we are not only interested to reduce the CO2, but we want to reduce the SOx, the NOx, noise, for example, underwater. And it's important also to make sure that we update the infrastructure for the new innovative systems. If we work on, I don't know, new fuel for waterborne, such as ammonia, there is a specific topic devoted to ammonia. We need to make sure that ammonia could be available in ports. All right. Let's move on very quickly. As I mentioned, the Destination 5 covers also automotive. Those are the topics in relation to automotive. Automotive, even though the names makes you think about automotives, these things about cars. But this partnership covers the road transport, so not only cars but also trucks, and in particular, it's relevant. The trucks are relevant on innovative technology, which could be not only electrifications but also platooning, for example, or why not hydrogen technologies for trucks. We call it heavy-duty vehicles or buses. Okay, I mentioned already there are environmental and human health aspects in transport that have to be tackled, and these are still in Destination 5 cluster. Destination 6 covers safety and resilience. And again, you may notice that I have put in green some elements which are fully targeted for aviation and waterborne. I already mentioned we are coming, hopefully, yes, it's behind us, the big crisis related to COVID-19, the corona crisis, but we need to understand better and make research in relation to the spread of infection on large passenger ships, or safety issues like containing fire in container ships, or why not, understanding how automation and the human factors are linked in aviation, or design the future aircrafts which are more resilient and which are responding better to any possible accident, such as a crash, so that we can increase the survivability. All right. Destination 6 covers also what we call the connected, cooperative, and automated mobility, CCAM. So you all know about the Google car, a car which is autonomous and can go around connected, cooperative, and in an automotive way all around the cities. Research has to be done in this area. Because we have let's say, we do think that automated, connected, and cooperative vehicles can be a response to reducing the traffic jams, which are basically responsible for big indirect costs. And the second element, those types of cars and vehicles could reduce accidents, so increase the safety elements, in particular in cities. The multimodal and sustainable transport system covers issues related to multimodal freight transport nodes, the greening of the last mile, and the transport infrastructure, including inland waters, and why not the logistics networks, integration, harmonization. Imagine that you buy a ticket from Istanbul to Milano, which includes at the same time a ticket of a flight, a rail ticket, and the water, let's say a ship, waterborne connection. So it would be the idea to make sure that from a passenger perspective, there would be only one entry point, you buy your ticket, and then at the same time, you have this kind of 3 tickets for 3 different transport modes. All right. Now, I would like to open another parenthesis. The parenthesis related to the Clean Steel Partnership. But Clean Steel. Clean Steel, even though it's not part of Cluster 5, but it belongs to Cluster 4, is under the category of low-emission future industries. The clean steel research and innovation in Europe is covered within the context of this partnership, which is a co-program partnership, so where the Commission is putting 700 million and more than 700 million, basically 1 billion is foreseen from the private side. This initiative is led by my unit, the unit C3, and co-led with the colleagues in DG GROW. It's a new initiative. It's not, let's say, a successor of any of the partnerships until now. It has been launched in June together with the other European, June last year, together with the other European Horizon Europe partnerships, co-program partnerships that I already mentioned, and has the main purpose to accompany the digitalization and the greening of the steel industry through supporting breakthrough research for clean steel making. Among the partners, we have basically the major members of in the area of steel producers like ThyssenKrupp, voestalpine, ArcelorMittal, machine steel providers, and steel research centers and academia. As I mentioned already before, Those partnerships in Horizon Europe are gathering all the stakeholders, not only the industry, but all the stakeholders, including research centers and academia in a particular area. The particularity of this partnership is that it has from the public side, two sources of funding. One leg being, as I mentioned, Horizon Europe, with a budget of 350 million, roughly 50 million a year. The other leg being the RFCS. The RFCS is the research fund for coal and steel. And in this slide, you can see it clearly. The 350 million for a period of 7 years are coming also from the assets of the European, the old European Community for Steel and Coal. The research fund for coal and steel was recently amended by the Council because we, following the proposal of the Commission of July 2020, we decided to align the legal base of a research fund for coal and steel, which, by the way, is today celebrating its 20 years of existence. So it is not a teenager any longer, 20 years old, an adult in its power. It has been aligned with the European Green Deal objective. So last summer, after 1 year of institutional negotiation, the Council has adopted the 3 decisions which are creating, which are the legal base of research fund for coal and steel, allowing basically to aligning basically the legal base to European Green Deal, but also making sure that we can make use of the assets to launch dedicated calls, which are now called the big tickets. I will mention in another slide. The big tickets supporting breakthrough technology for steel, and of course also for fund, and allowing to maintain the RFCS call for proposal standard, which is published in June until the 22nd of September for 40 million. Here you can see the budget allocation for the new RFCS call in the period of 21 and 27. As already mentioned, 40 million for the standard annual call, very bottom up, no specific topics, anything in relation to steel or coal can fit, and the 71 million budget every year dedicating to pilot projects in the area of, let's say, decarbonization of the clean, of the steel sector in particular. And as far as coal is concerned, in order to accompany the phase out of coal and making sure that no regions will be left behind. You can see here on the right-hand side, the 71 millions are split in 2 parts, 52 million for the steel and 19 million for the coal. Very good. I'm about to close my intervention with reminding you that there are still open topics for the steel, which are covered by Horizon Europe Cluster 4 budget, which are still open and will be closed at the end of March. And those are the 2 topics, one for raw material preparation and the other for the modular and hybrid heating technologies for steel production. And there is another topic for steel, which is extremely important, that you can see here, which is open now, which is basically focused on clean steel making, which is the RFCS big ticket call 22, This topic is open for pilot and demonstration projects. Big project could be even up to 18 million EU funding with high TRL, just to make sure that we can ramp up in terms of TRL and we can get closer to the market with the results of the project. And this topic is a big topic open with a budget of 104 million euros. There is another one for coal. I just mentioned, maybe less interesting for you at the moment. All right, just a small detail, but still important for the big ticket calls on steel, which is open now. Those are the 4 areas which are covered, basically area for CCUS, carbon capture, use and storage. One area is the process integration in steel plants to reduce, of course, the use of fossil carbon and associated CO2 emissions. The area on CO2 neutral iron ore reduction, and the developing technology to reduce the specific energy required to produce steel. A project can cover 1 or 2 of those areas at the same time. Very well, I think I covered many things. Here, just to remind where you can find information on the different website, and here some few elements in relation to what we are doing. And with this slide, I thank you very much for your intervention, and I give back the floor to the moderator. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrea Gentili, for your comprehensive and inspiring presentation. So now I'd like to also remind one thing. We are going, as Gentili mentioned, that we will share all the presentations and documents following to events. So you don't need to take a photo or video. So I just want to remind you that. Also regarding the clean aviation, Mr. Gentili mentioned that on 31st of March, we, as TÜBİTAK, with the collaboration of the Clean Aviation, we are organizing international networking event, online event, targeted to 2022 topics. So you can still register the event if you are interested in. So then you can follow up the new call, or you can take the information regarding the new call program. Also, you can have the opportunity to discuss and to find the correct partners for this call topic. So now we are moving on to the Turkish stakeholders. I'm kind of asking my the contributions that we have at least 30 minutes to finalize this session. So I ask specifically them to keep at 10 minutes for their presentation, so that we can ask questions or we can receive the questions. So our next speaker is Ms. Türkan EDEGE. Türkan EDEGE is graduated from Istanbul Technical University Mechanical Engineering. She's also completed her master's degree in the field of automotive in the same university. She has been working for Totosan for 15 years. She is R&D and IPR leader since 2021. She and her team is responsible for from R&D projects and the management of intellectual property portfolio for Totosan. And for Totosan is one of the most successful industrial company in Horizon 2020, and now they seem like that they will continue in the Horizon Europe. So I'd like to invite Ms. EDEGE to the floor so that we can hear her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear guests, dear R&D colleagues, welcome to the great event organized by TÜBİTAK and Ministry of Industry. How should I move the presentation? Okay, welcome to the great event. Today I will talk shortly about Ford Otosan in a few slides, and I will mention about our R&D centers and our strategic priorities. I will shortly mention about our Horizon 2020 adventure and our experience in there. And then I will mention about the recently granted projects in Horizon Europe. About Ford Otosan, we are a company which has equal shares between Koç Group and Ford Motor Company and 18% free float. We are leading the Turkish automotive industry. 27% of the total automotive production in Turkey and 71% of the commercial vehicle production in Turkey is produced in our manufacturing plants. We have a 30% of market share in automotive passenger cars and 77% of the export vehicle exports from Turkey is manufactured in our plants. We are also a key player in Ford Motor Company universe. We are the lead manufacturing plant for transit vehicles. We are the single source of Ford Custom and Ford Courier. We are also a center of excellence for heavy-duty trucks. We are, as engineering centers and R&D centers, providing the engineering service to globally Ford Motor Company for all car lines. About our R&D centers, we are operating with 3 R&D centers and 1 autonomous driving office in ODTÜ Teknokent. In our Sancaktepe R&D center, we are the center of excellence for heavy-duty trucks and related diesel powertrains. We have a design studio and cave lab capability there. Vehicle and engine hardware in the loop labs are also in our Sancaktepe facility. In Gölcük R&D Center, we have engine and vehicle testing capabilities and the development workshops. In the Eskişehir Product Development and R&D Center, we have the prototype engine manufacturing and testing capabilities. And Eskişehir R&D Center is the only testing facility for heavy-duty engines over 13 liters in Turkey. So that's one unique facility there. Our R&D priority areas are autonomous driving, electrification, connectivity, emission-related all subjects, light materials and advanced materials, digitalization, and on the plant side, we have robotics, automated grounded vehicles, Industry 5.0 subjects on the priority. And on the mobility side, we are working on the smart cities and all sustainability subjects are in our R&D priority list. In Horizon 2020, our adventure started in 2015 with the first project application. By the way, I should mention that in every step we made in this Horizon adventure, TÜBİTAK was a great supporter and it was we felt very comfortable in every step. So we are thankful to the TÜBİTAK colleagues. We started in 2015 and at the end with 20 granted projects, 5 of them completed successfully. Other ones are ongoing, still ongoing. And last year in Horizon Europe, we have submitted 29 new project applications. So we have a big portfolio. That's the grouping regarding our priorities and the projects that are ongoing and completed. Just a few bullet points about the project. Kristen and OTURAKKAYA are, as far as we know, the first projects from Turkey granted about the autonomous truck, which focused on the reverse maneuvering and parking ducking features. Koçified is the development of long-distance fuel cells. It's again, as far as we know, first granted project from Turkey in the field of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. Albatros is the new generation development of fast charging and lightweight electric vehicle batteries. Platerius is the platinum group metal recovery using secondary raw material. Peacock is again a sustainability project unlocking the full potential of precious metals and using again recycling them. Storage is connected and autonomous robot subjects. High efficient is 48-volt electric vehicle studies, and long run is e-axle development for low emission in heavy duty trucks. Ada Corsa is development of autonomous functions using drone-based sensors inside construction zones. I didn't give more detail due to the time constraint, but in a summary from our experience in Horizon 2020, being in a consortia as part of Horizon projects actually provides great opportunity to be in the Europe R&D ecosystem, enables you access to ongoing R&D activities, the most recent one about the emerging technologies, develops strong relationships and partnerships, provides significant funding for your R&D activities, which is also quite important for the business, define clear IPR boundaries with grant agreements, which doesn't concern you about anything in the consortium, and makes you part of global solution studies about the major global problems, and it makes you also part of high value added project outputs by means of your company's contribution to the consortia. We have applied, as I said, 29 new project proposals in 2021 for Horizon Europe, and 6 of them granted. We are still awaiting response for 2 of them. Last 2 are we are awaiting, and these 6 projects are 2 of them about the electrification of heavy duty trucks. One of them is about the energy optimization in plants with artificial intelligence, digital twins, and photovoltaic implementations. 2 of them about is recycling of raw materials and batteries, which is quite important subject at the moment. And road view, the last one, is the development of autonomous vehicle suitable for all weather conditions, which is again in our portfolio and in our priority list. Thank you very much for listening.
Ms. EDEGE, thank you very much for your great presentation. So it shows that actually 29 new project proposals and 6 projects granted. So the success is not a chance. It's a, you did it. And the success rate is 10% in Horizon Europe, in Horizon 2020. So you need to submit more and more or involve in new projects in order to be successful. So don't stop at one application and wait for the granting, find another opportunities, another cause, and involve as many as proposals, but good proposals. So thank you very much again for this such a good presentation. Now we are going to, we will give the floor to Ms. Tuğçe OTURAKKAYA to make her speech. She's from SOCAR. Let me introduce herself, first of all. So Ms. OTURAKKAYA is working at SOCAR Research and Development Innovation as R&D Project Incentive Expert Engineer since 2019. She is responsible for the implementation of European research innovation projects under Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. Before SOCAR, she worked at the TPI Composite and Atmosphere TTO as an R&D expert. As you might know, the SOCAR replaced the previous institution, Petkin. So now it's based in Izmir. So currently SOCAR R&D and innovation is involved in 4 important Horizon 2020 projects. Cosmos, Luis, CO2 Focus, Nefertiti are the name of the proposals, are the name of the projects. So now we are going to listen all the details of these projects. I'd like to invite Ms. OTURAKKAYA again. We are very excited to hearing. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are very happy to be in here. First of all, we would like to thank TÜBİTAK for this event. My name is Tuğçe. I am working SOCAR R&D Center as an incentive chief engineer. Firstly, I would like to talk about SOCAR Global briefly, and also SOCAR Global, which has 51,000 employees. Oil production capacity of SOCAR Global is about 8 million tons, and also natural production capacity is about 7 million meter cube. We have 7 billion barrels of oil reserve and about 3 trillion meter cube natural gas reserve in Azerbaijan. These are our location. We are located in the same area as our group companies, which names are Star Refinery, Petkim, SOCAR Storage, SOCAR Terminal, Petkim Res, and our company names is SOCAR R&D Center. To summarize our company briefly, Petkim is an integrated petrochemical plant in Turkey, and SOCAR Refinery produces petroleum products such as LPG, naphtha, diesel, etc. And also SOCAR Terminal is the third largest port in Turkey. SOCAR Storage has LPG and fuel oil storage capacity, and finally SOCAR R&D give an R&D service to all SOCAR group companies. And also TANAP is very important project for us. Trans-Anatolian project, Azerbaijan natural gas to Europe via Turkey. And other SOCAR R&D has projects in 3 different areas, such as operational efficiency, product and application, energy transition, circular economy, environmental solution. This project distribution parallel to SOCAR Global Vision. As I mentioned before, SOCAR R&D give research and development service to SOCAR Turkey group companies. SOCAR R&D has been licensed on 220 by Sanayi Bakanlığı. Our company was established 1,200 meter square area, which including pilot plants. We have 6 different laboratories, which names are chromatography laboratory, catalyst laboratory, rheology, environmental and biotechnology, polymer characterization, and chemical analysis laboratory. We have 5 funded international projects: Karmov, Focus, Nefertiti, Luis, and Circular Twin. You can find detailed information in project website. Karmov is the first project founded by Horizon 2020. And Circular Twin, founded by Horizon Europe, is this project dealing with the digitalization. And this project will start in this year. I'm going to talk about Nefertiti. Nefertiti's budget about 4 million euros and founded by Horizon 2020 program. What is the background? Reduction of CO2 emission is the key action towards reaching the carbon neutral industry and achieving the ambitious goals set by Paris agreements, such as keeping global warming lower than 2 centigrade degree evolve pre-industrial area. What's the problem and solution? CO2 emissions due to the conversion of various fossil fuels into energy contribute highly to global warming, while the need for energy, therefore fuel, still increases. Photocatalysis, photoelectrocatalysis have potential to significantly contribute to achieving the aforementioned ambitious goals by being low cost, easily tunable, and having longer lifetime than their counterparts. And what's our strategy? Nefertiti aims to develop an efficient photocatalytic process, combining conversion of CO2 and water into synthesis gas and towards solar ethanol via carbon and carbon formation reaction. And challenges are low efficiency and stability issues of photocatalytic process, the difficulty of maintaining a continuous one-through chemical process, high cost of photoelectrocatalytic system components, and impacts are potential to create a solar ethanol market in Europe, like bioethanol being widely used in Brazil. Potential to reach a cost-competitive system by powering up only by the sun. And finally, potential to reach big masses due to the multi-continental nature of consortium, USA, Europe, and China. And background and context, the overall aim of the project is designing and operating a continuous photocatalytic system to convert CO2 and H2O to synthesis gas in the first step, and to solar ethanol in the second by artificial photosynthesis and carbon formation reaction respectively. Two back-to-back photocatalytic reactors for artificial photosynthesis of CO2 and H2O and carbon formation reaction that work continuously for solar ethanol production. And other project name is CO2 Focus. CO2 Focus budgets about 4 million euros. And also supported program is Horizon 2020. The goals of the Paris Agreement present the need for an immediate action on the capture and utilization of CO2 to decrease emissions from all industries. And the problem and solution, CO2 emissions due to the conversion of various fossil fuels into energy contribute highly to global warming, while the need for energy, therefore fuels, still increases. Utilizing emitted CO2 via energetically, but especially environmental more efficient chemical process to create alternative fuels that emit significantly lower CO2 when converted into energy. And our strategy, CO2 Focus, aims to direct catalytic conversion of CO2 into an alternative fuel, dimethyl ether, which has low toxicity, high cation number and better combustion quality than its fossil counterparts. To achieve this, CO2 Focus aims to benefit from 3D printing technologies for the design and manufacture of our tubular multi-channel reactor, solid oxide electrocatalysis for the production of hydrogen as a reactant, and integrating and validating the whole system and on pilot scale under site-specific conditions. And challenges are high cost of current CCU technologies and application at scale, low stability, yield, and selectivity of catalyzed, and final lack of policies for fuels produced made of captured CO2. And what's impacts? Impacts are offering a direct recycling and reaction route on site for CO2 to dimethyl ether, creating new markets which produce dimethyl ether for carbon incentive regions, and final contribution to circular economy targets. Technology readiness level is 6 for CO2 Focus, and technology readiness level is 4 for Nefertiti projects. And CO2 Focus aims to develop a catalytic reaction and solid oxide electrocatalysis system for economical and environmental viable direct conversion of CO2 into dimethyl ether. And finally, a portable system of direct catalytic conversion CO2 into dimethyl ether consisting of CO2 purification, heating, and compression with a solid oxide electrolyzer for the green production of hydrogen from water, and a 3D printed multi-channel reactor. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. OTURAKKAYA. So, I can describe the SOCAR R&D as one of the new players in the Horizon, actually, framework programs. So, thanks to the effort of the Ms. OTURAKKAYA and her team and all the R&D staffs in the SOCAR, I believe they are going to be a very strong player in Horizon Europe. So I strongly suggest you keep in contact with them regarding to cluster 4 and cluster 5 call topics, especially in the carbon capture storage or biofuel or all other related energy activities I can describe from my field. I am sure in the other fields, in the ICT or etc., you can contact with them. So our final speaker is my favorite, Ms. İrem SAPMAZ. She has been working as project engineer in Yeşilova Holding in R&D center for 3.5 years, so 3.5 years, to lead both national and international projects. She is a metallurgical and materials engineer. Also, she has been studying and in her PhD education in the same branch. Yeşilova Holding has been manufacturing industrial products for aluminum for half century. Not only does it serve a number of sectors that utilize aluminum, but it also specializes in the field of automotive. It contributes sustainability of the world with its 8 companies and more than 1,400 employees. So currently Yeşilova is coordinating a Horizon 2020 project, which is Albatros. The Ford Otosan has mentioned already as a partner. They are the coordinator of this project, which composed of 21 partners from 10 countries. I am very looking forward to hearing their experiences. I would like to invite her to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you for your kind invitation, Çağrı Bey. Hello, everyone. This is İrem speaking from Yeşilova. Today, I am representing my company and my R&D center and our Albatros team. We are glad to be here. And before starting the presentation, I would like to thank TÜBİTAK for giving such a great opportunity to meet all of you here. I hope we can reach you well during our presentation. Oh, okay. Today we are going to talk about, I will give you a brief information regarding the Yeşilova group, and then we will continue with the Albatros project. I will give you a brief information regarding the project details. And then I will give you a further words regarding the Horizon Europe aspect of the Yeşilova Group. Now, who we are? Yeşilova Group, the story of the Yeşilova Group has begun as a warehouse seller, which is called as Can Aluminium in 1975. But the total group group consists of 7 different companies. Now let's continue with the Alutechnik. We have 2 different production facilities in our group center. One of them is Can Metal. Can Metal is our high pressure die casting aluminum part producing facilities. We are able to cast various type of aluminum alloys in that facility especially for the automotive sector. And the other one is Can Aluminium. Can Aluminium is our extrusion lines. We are able to extrude 6,000 and 7,000 alloys together in that facility. We are working on generally for the OEMs. Now let's continue with the Alumotion. In Alumotion, we have 2 different companies. One of them is Can Otomotiv. Can Otomotiv is an assembly line of our company. We are working as a tier 1 for the OEMs. And the last one is the youngest member, Can Transport. We are currently working for the railway transportation sector for the Alstom with the 100% export ratio. Now let's continue with our R&D center. Our R&D center is collaborating to both customers and our sister companies accordance with the product and technological roadmap. It has specified under the rapidly changing and how can we say developing conditions in today's needed. And we are working in our R&D center 20 researchers, and as you can see on the screen, we have 6 in total ongoing projects. They are both national and international funded projects also. 2 of them are supported by Horizon 2020 framework, One of them is Lewis. We are working in Lewis as a project partner, and Albatros, we are working as a project coordinator in that project too. And one of them is supported by Euroca Smart Manufacturing Subcluster. We are the project leader in that project also. Now, the one of the most important thing is sustainability. We are aware of sustainability and we have prepared some strategical plans, and we have already included some KPIs and initiatives in our strategic plans. Now you can see the table on the screen. We have prepared for the short term and for the mid-term plans, and all of them are currently being undertaken in our holding departments. To be honest, not only for the sustainability works, but also gender equality plans are being undertaken in Yeşilova group also too. Now let's continue with the Albatros project. We are the project coordinator and we are proud to be the project coordinator of the Albatros. We are currently working on that project according to our related experiences. Now you can see the long name of the Albatros: Advanced Lightweight Battery Systems Optimized for Charging, Safety and Second Life Application. It's a Horizon 2020 project. The call is LC-BAT 2020. It has been started in January 2021, and the total duration of the project is approximately 48 months. The maximum grant is 10 million euros. 21 partners from 10 countries are currently working on this project, and 3 of them are large company, 7 of them RTOs, 8 of them SMEs, and 2 of them are universities. The distribution is quite high. Now, in that project, developments will be integrated into the BMW i3. We are going to the operational battery pack, and hybrid materials enhancement will be tested on BMW i3, actual BMW i3 actually. At the end of the project, it will be tested in UK, and we are curious about the results actually. And you can see the developments. We have different areas to focus on to improve the battery carrier total battery performance. We are going to work on battery module packaging, BMS, thermal management, sensing, and not only for the cell and battery optimization, but also material and process development will be achieved at the end of the project. And dismantling, second life usage, reuse, recycle, life cycle analysis, sustainability are also our point of view. Now, what are the project needs? What we want to improve with this project? Now let's continue with the project needs. As you know, we have to stay competitive for the competitive and meet the climate targets and improve the standards of living. And we have to address the general hesitations of buyers, and of course, range and costs. But at the end of the project, we are going to reduce the battery pack cost and emissions over the full lifetime. And we are going to meet global legislative requirements, and we are going to increase the value of second life applications. Now let's continue with the developments. Actually, the developments will be based on the, how can we say, further development of the BMW i3. The whole studies actually will be based on the modular concept, equally applicable for the battery electric vehicle and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles for all passenger cars. Actually, one of the most important thing in this project, the battery pack will be scalable. That means it can be used for the lightweight commercial vehicles and heavy duty vehicles also. That's why we are working for Totosan together in this project. Now, what are our objectives? We are going to reduce 20% weight of the total battery carrier. And we are going to reduce the recharging time 25% approximately. And we are going to enhance the battery life. And also, according to the life cycle analysis, we are going to improve approximately 20%. And one of the technological side, sensorization and thermal management knowledge is also crucial for us. And operational battery pack that I mentioned before, it will be scalable. That's why it's one of the most important thing of the, or remarkable point of the project. Okay, what we have completed within a year, we have chosen the best cell option, and it will be used cylindrical cells for the BMW i3 battery pack of the Albatros project. And we are still currently working on the 3 different module concepts for the cylindrical cells, and also for the improve the energy efficient solution. We are still working on with our strong partners, and mechanical design studies are still being tracked because whole studies are related with the previous mentioned mark. Therefore, according to their feedbacks, we are still improve our mechanical designs according to the feedbacks of our partners. Of further works, Horizon Europe, according to the mission, we are interested and willing to serve our competences for the carbon-free and smart cities mission with our fully recyclable, eco-friendly aluminum solutions. And therefore, we have been started to prepare 2 different proposals for resilience call. At the end of March, we are going to submit them. I hope we can succeed after we learn the results. Many thanks for listening to me, and please do not hesitate to contact us any issues with the Albatros project or any solutions with the aluminum. We are ready to meet you, collaborate you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the kind presentation. So that was a very good experience because, you know, coordinating a big project with more than 20 partners is not an easy task. So that's why if you are very interested in and targeted call topics for the next years, and you would like to learn how you can manage the coordination, how you can start such procedures, you can please do not hesitate to contact with the Miss İrem, SAPMAZ. So since we have only 3 minutes to finalize the this session, if GENTILI is still bearing us, is there, I would like to direct one question, if it's possible.
Yes.
Can you hear us, GENTILI?
Yes. Yes.
No?
Yes, yes. It's okay.
If it's not?
I can hear you.
That's excellent, GENTILI. Thank you very much. So for bearing with us, really, I would like to ask you that since you are coordinating in the responsibility of 12 partnership, if I am correct, please elaborate me. So what do you suggest? Most of the participants today actually from the industry. So partnerships mainly are composed of the industry representatives as well. What do you suggest for the industry organizations from Turkey about those partnerships? How they can be involved as a member of the such partnerships? So, so what are the benefits to be an active member of such partnership? If you can give very short information regarding this, that would be very beneficial for the participants. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, so what kind of suggestions and recommendations for industrial participants in Turkey in relation to the partnership? But the first message that I would like to clarify with you is that there is no need to be part of the founding members or additional members of a partnership to be able to apply to the calls. The calls will be open to everybody, irrespectively from their roles. So I know that you mentioned in the chat on the 31st of March, there will be this brokerage event, networking event in relation to the clean aviation, which will publish its work program now in the next days. There is no need to be member of the partnership to apply to the calls. And this is the first message that I would like to. However, if you as an organization, you would like to take part to the strategic definition of the topics, the future topics, in the context of a partnership, you would need to approach the joint undertakings, in this case, the Clean Aviation Joint Undertaking or the other partnership. All of them have developed a website and in such a way that you can take part to the strategic definition to define the topics that will be supported in the future and so on. For the co-program partnership, the process is fully open. For the institutionalized partnership, it is a bit, it's still open, but it requires some steps. So in particular, in order to become an additional member, you will need to wait for a call for expression for additional members that will be launched by the joint undertaking. In the field of clean aviation, it is foreseen that at the end of the year, we will, the joint undertaking will publish this call for expression of interest to become additional member. And in the role of additional member, you would not only participate in the calls and so on. And by the way, being the joint undertakings and all the co-program partnership under the same umbrella, which is Horizon Europe, you are, as a Turkish entities, entitled to receive funds also in the joint undertakings. And this is important to clarify. But becoming an additional members in the joint undertaking, you can also have all the rights and obligations, of course, of the current founding members. Among the obligations, there is one, which is the fact that you would need to participate in sustaining the cost, half of the cost of the, let's say, the administrative expenses for running the joint undertaking. But on the other hand, as I know, as I already told you, you can participate in the strategic definition. I hope that I replied to your question. If not, please wave your hand.
Yes, yeah, definitely. That very elaborate, and that was the answer I was looking for. So, and it's very clarified the situation. Since I opened this issue, Gentili, because you know TÜBİTAK is giving the network support program. So this year it will be open in April, hopefully. So you know there are the membership, such partnerships sometimes requires annual fee. So that's why TÜBİTAK can cover such annual fee for SMEs, R&D institutions, or public entities with this support program. So that's why I would like to suggest our partners here, if they are in these joint undertakings, relevant joint undertakings, you can apply to TÜBİTAK, and then if TÜBİTAK gives the approval, you can be covered. Your annual fee can be covered by the TÜBİTAK as well. So that's why, since we are out of time, I'd like to, normally I am supposed to ask questions, but if you have a last words or remarks, please do not hesitate give any remarks. So then I would like to give this opportunity, or I will close the session and we will have a coffee. So I know Gentili is 8 a.m. in the morning in Brussels. So thank you very much for here, and you need also coffee. Thank you again. If you have a no. Okay, then I would like to thank you everyone for participation in this session. I would like to thank again Mr. Gentili for giving such a comprehensive presentation. Hopefully in the future we will have you here in the physically maybe in the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye from Brussels.
Bye.
Bye. And good luck.
Thank you.
trying to find a warm place to spend the night. Heavy rain a falling, I hear your voice a calling. It's alright. It's a rainy night, Georgia. A rainy night in Georgia. It seems it's raining all over the world. It's like it's raining all over the world. Neon lights are flashing. Cabs of buses passing through the night. Distant moaning of the train, play a sad refrain. It's a rainy night, a rainy night in Georgia. Lord, like it's raining all over the world. I believe that it's raining all over the world. How many times I wondered, it still comes out the same. No matter how you look at it or think of it, it's life, and you just got to feel again. You know it's gotta rain a rainy night in Georgia. A rainy night in Georgia. Raining all over the world. It's raining all over the world.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I am İlknur Yılmaz. I am National Contact Point for Culture, Creativity and Inclusive Societies cluster. And I would like to welcome you all again today on the second day of the launch event. Today we have been organizing different panel sessions focusing on areas that have specific and common importance for both Turkey and EU. And now our panels focuses on ecological and social transitions. As you know, the European Commission has acknowledged Green Deal as one of the notable initiatives that serves EU's long-term policy objectives to achieve climate neutrality and industrial transformation by 2050. And the European Commission has launched a call with €1 billion in the last year of Horizon 2020. This was the largest call that was published by European Commission and also covering different thematic areas. And one of the targets of this call, in addition to the technical targets, technical strategies, was on citizens engagement. And today, in this session, our focus also will be on social transition. Today, in this session, we will be hosting Bernd from European Commission. I would like to welcome him. He is the head of unit at European Commission DG Research and Innovation on ecological and social transitions. And he is responsible for coordination of European Green Deal, coordination of Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe Cluster 5 and 6 calls and transition analysis, dissemination and exploitation. He was previously served as Deputy Head of Cabinet, and he has a legal educational background and he's a qualified judge. Now I would like to invite him to the floor. He will be connected from Brussels.
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. Okay. If it's okay for you, I would like to use my PowerPoint presentation, which I have prepared, and a very warm welcome and thank you from my side, from sunny Brussels. I regret very much that I can't be with you in Istanbul. I love being in Istanbul. What a beautiful city. Unfortunately, I had to stay here, but I have very good memories also from my previous job. I was attending at the time with the vice president the very first high-level dialogue on energy, and it was very interesting. I was also very much involved in the development of the southern gas corridor. So we worked a lot with TANAP, and I'm happy to be back, at least virtually, in Turkey, and hope I can visit your beautiful country very soon in person. So I have prepared a short presentation. I hope you can see it with the first slide. Can you just give me a sign that you see it, so that everything is okay, or tell me if you can see it? I think this is, yes, this is the case.
Yes, we can see it.
Excellent. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you have the nice blue screen and slide in front of you as I have. So I've been asked to contribute to a very interesting panel on ecological and social transitions in the context of the Horizon Europe launch event. I know that colleagues have already
could you please make it full screen?
Yes, sure. Just a second. See, I'm not very technical, but I will manage. Don't.
But it's okay. It's okay. We can see it. It's okay.
Is it now?
We may continue. Thank you.
Okay. you see, working in research and innovation doesn't mean that you are super familiar with all the the technical things. But I hope you can see it now. So what I wanted to pass to you from my perspective, that the issue of the ecological and social transition is a very important political, societal, economic, of course also ecological topic. It has remained very relevant despite the pandemic we've all been suffering from. And it is also very topical and important in the current dramatic geopolitical context we are faced with. So from my perspective, east of the border. As I mentioned, colleagues have already dived with you in some aspects of the European Green Deal with Cluster 4, Cluster 5. You know that the Green Deal is one of the political priorities of the European Commission, with the objective to make Europe a climate neutral continent by 2050. And in order to achieve this, of course, this requires a huge transformational efforts across all sectors, policies, and research and innovation has a very important role to play and to contribute to. It is about mainstreaming sustainability in our policies, but it's also to make sure that we leave no one behind. So the social dimension is very, very important, particularly if you tackle this topic in regions which are very much dependent or working still with carbon resources. So how to make sure that the transition leaves no one behind and is socially fair. Of course, there are also important financial questions linked to this. This transition does not come charge-free. It requires enormous, huge investments, but here it's important to recall that we have no alternative if we want to save our planet from the global warming and the cost of inaction. So if we don't do anything to tackle these ecological challenges are much higher. If you look at the damages which are caused by sea level rise, for instance, heat waves, etc. So we have no alternative then to do huge investments. This is a task to tackle global warming, but I wanted to stress that we see the Green Deal also very much as an economic agenda for jobs and growth to transform our economies. And to achieve global leadership with sustainable technologies. On this slide, I just quickly wanted to show you this transformative mainstreaming approach we have tackled with the European Green Deal. So it really goes into many important areas, be it the transport areas. Andrea Gentili has been already talking with you on cluster 5. It's about to decarbonize or make our industries producing in a more sustainable green way. Jürgen Tietje already spoke with you how cluster 4 is contributing to this. It's about eliminating our pollution, notably in big cities, making our houses more energy efficient, as we are still wasting a lot of energy with a relatively old building stock. Farm to fork is an important, so everything which is linked to food systems, sustainable way of agriculture is a very important topic. It's about also food safety, food security, something which in the current geopolitical context has become even more relevant. whilst making sure that we are protecting our nature and promoting clean energy. Helen Gray has been discussing with you on cluster 5 much more in depth how research and innovation can help to boost in particular the renewables agenda. So just wanted to provide you the bigger picture into how many areas the European Green Deal goes. Very briefly, if you allow, just a few slides to say what we have done at political level to contribute to achieving these objectives. We have come with a law for the first time, so legally enshrining a target to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. We have come up with a climate pact, which strives to engage people and communities. So this is not only a top-down approach from Brussels or the capitals, but really should embrace and involve all citizens to contribute to the Fit for 55. You can. I just here wanted to show you that we have tackled to review a very complex regulatory system, which was only adopted a few years ago, and it addresses important instruments such as the European trading system. We have now revised the emission standards for cars, the energy efficiency directive, etc., etc. So you see, it's a lot of work, but there's no alternative than adjusting our current regulatory framework to the new ambitions. On clean energy, Helen has already spoken much more about it. Of course, the decarbonization of our energy system is critical, and even more in the current global and geostrategic context, as it's also about energy security, diversification, and reducing dependencies on producers and exporters. So this is what we have addressed in the Repower EU communication of two weeks ago. I'm not going more into the details. I just wanted again to underline that even under the current geostrategic situation, the contribution of research and innovation to boost more renewables, hydrogen, biomass has become more relevant, and research and innovation can play a huge role here, including with our financial instruments, the Horizon Europe program. I mentioned the role of industry, and also here the circular economy plays an important role. How can we better consume and produce across the whole life cycle, so that we don't waste too much of our scarce resources? And it's also about seeing how can we better renovate our houses. And again, here there's an ecological aspect, there's a social aspect about affordable housing, but there's also an economic aspect, as it's creating jobs. I will say a few words a little bit later about the Bauhaus initiative, which we have also incorporated now in our research program. Biodiversity, farm to fork, I mentioned it, important elements, and also for our research program. I will say a few words on cluster 6, which has not yet been presented to you, as opposed to cluster 4 and 5. Mobility, huge responsibility for the transport sector, be it car, rail, aviation, maritime, huge opportunities, huge challenges to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions. And colleagues, notably in cluster 4 and 5, are working very hard to accelerate on the research side the European contribution with our associated partners across the world. the just transition, and this might come up also more in the panel discussion. Of course, we have to be aware, and also us as working for and coming from the research community, that we tend to look very quickly at technological solutions. They are very important, but of course there are important social aspects. And I know you have also a particular interest on issues such as SSH. How can we better mainstream societal issues in our research program? And this is something we should not forget, and we should address across all clusters. We have developed also at political level a just transition mechanism with some financial support in incentives, which play also a role now with the spiking energy prices, at least here in the EU. So we have to work with also state aid frameworks, but it's also about boosting more renewables in the first place. Financing investment, I said it's a huge cost, but it costs less than if we don't do anything to save our planet. And we have also underlined this during the pandemic with our recovery and resilience facility, where we underlined that the twin digital and green transitions are the way to get out of the pandemic crisis. Now let me briefly turn more specifically to the research and innovation area. We are here with you to launch the Horizon Europe with this event, and I think it's important to underline that Horizon Europe dedicates quite an important, significant amount of its funding to climate action. We have a target of 35%, which translates, depending which price level you take, to more than 30 billion for the 7 years, so for the time span of the financial framework. You have already been mentioning the European Green Deal call, which is worth 1 billion, which was still launched under Horizon 2020, so not Horizon Europe, but it was launched in 2020 when the European Green Deal was already set up as a policy initiative, and where we have worked across the different sectors to mobilize the research community. And I think it was a particularly successful call. We had a lot of very good applicants, including from Turkey, to apply for this call. We have recently, and the commissioner has been participating in a launch event, signed the grant agreements for 73 beneficiaries. Programs are being now implemented, and of course we are very curious to see the progress and the contribution they will do to the Green Deal agenda. We have missions, 5 missions. 4 of them are directly relevant for the Green Deal. I will say a few words also a little bit later, as well as on partnerships. We have the European Innovation Council, etc. So there are many important elements in our research governance, research and innovation governance, which contribute to the ecological and social transition. We see R&I really actively involved in the Green Deal work. We see research and innovation really as a key enabler, a instrument, also a policy which drives, navigates, and accelerates the green and digital transition. What we are doing now with the research community is of significant importance to make sure that we meet the decarbonization targets I've been explaining briefly at the beginning of my intervention. The Green Deal I already mentioned. I'm happy also to come back if there are more questions during the panel the discussion. As I said, we see it as a very successful call, which has been structured around the different work streams of the Green Deal, which is very broad. So really going into transport areas, energy areas, biodiversity, agriculture, etc. And also addressing some cross-cutting issues, also issues which are related to citizens' engagement, social innovation projects. So really covering not only the technological approach, but also the very important societal approach. With this slide, with which you are probably familiar, this is the Horizon Europe structure. I just wanted to picture, if you look at the three pillars, so pillar 1, excellence, science, pillar 2, the global challenges, where we have the different clusters, and pillar 3, innovative Europe. All of these pillars directly contribute to the greening objectives. Obviously, pillar 2 is of particular importance, and here, in particular, cluster 4, cluster 5, which you heard already about by my colleagues, and cluster 6, and I just quickly wanted to say a few words on cluster 6, so that you have even broader overview on what we are doing with our work programs. In terms of budget, cluster 6 has about 10 billion for the 7 years. And you see from the strategic plan, which has defined some impact areas, that it goes and it covers important areas, very relevant areas for the European Green Deal, be it, for instance, biodiversity, nature resources, agriculture, the issues of seas, oceans, food systems, but also bioeconomy and circular system. So I think a very interesting, a very important cluster. We are currently, like the other colleagues in cluster 4 and 5, finalizing our preparations for the work program 23-2024. For cluster 6, we have a little bit less than 2 billion for the next work program 23-24. Obviously, in the current geopolitical context, we will have to see how to reflect new challenges. I'm sure Helen Cray mentioned already on Repower EU to even focus more on hydrogen there. Biomass here in particular, we'll have to look at the food system and the food system chain, food safety, food independence. But there are other areas which are, of course, important, and I wanted to highlight here the very difficult balance in this current crisis to strike with other important objectives, such as preservation and restoration of biodiversity and ecosystems. Colleagues have certainly already mentioned some of the partnerships, for instance, cluster 4, cluster 5, which have the highest number of partnerships. I just wanted to picture here that with the 49 partnerships we have proposed, and some of them are already up and running, you see that many are directly also contributing to the ecological and social transition agenda. If you take, for instance, the joint undertakings, clean hydrogen in aviation, or circular bio-based Europe in cluster 6. And we see this also as a very important contribution, where we can partner with member states, with the private sector, through the 3 different types of partnerships we have: co-funded, co-programmed, and institutionalized partnerships. I mentioned the missions, and the 4 Green Deal missions are directly contributing to the greening agenda. So the mission on climate adaptation, the mission on climate neutral and smart cities, and then the 2 other missions on soil and healthy oceans and seas, which are a direct and important contribution, which goes beyond the proper classical research agenda, as you know. I'm coming slowly to the end of my intervention presentation, I wanted to seize the opportunity to mention to you one initiative which is quite close to the heart of Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. She has launched this initiative, which is called New European Bauhaus, and which has the objective to make the European Green Deal, which, as you could see also in my presentation, is quite complex. It's not necessarily very easy also to explain all the different strands and also the regulatory system which is linked to it. This initiative strives to make the European Green Deal more tangible to our citizen. It focuses on three inseparable values, which are sustainability, inclusion, and aesthetics. Because, as you might know, the Bauhaus idea originates from the architectural sector at the beginning of the 20th century. And it looks indeed very much at how cities can become greener, how we can achieve sustainability, but also make sure that our citizens can afford living in sustainable houses, for instance, and at the same time prove that from a design perspective we can create beautiful things. We have launched some pilot projects already in the preparatory program of the mission with so-called lighthouse demonstrators, and we are currently, as I wanted to show in this slide, trying to mainstream the idea in our work programs across different clusters. Cluster 2, of course, which is looking at cultural, societal issues, is very relevant, but also cluster 4, cluster 5, and 6. We have engaged with international experts, architects, designers, in particular, to look how we can even further boost our research dimension on this important topic. So I'm coming to the end of my intervention. Of course, a very broad area. I hope I've been able to explain you a little bit the policy context and how we see that research and innovation and how Horizon Europe can contribute to it with the different clusters, including cluster 6, but also with our Horizon 2020 call, looking both at the technological area, but also at the societal area. We are currently preparing a climate transition roadmap, which is elaborated by a number of selected citizens across our 27 member states, to show that, of course, the just transition aspect is very important. We cannot afford losing citizens and just making policies from top down. This is a joint effort if we want to be successful in fighting the global warming. So that's from my side for the introductory intervention. Back to you, and happy to continue with you and the other panelists the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernd, for your presentation. You have drawn a very good picture of Commission strategy regarding Green Deal, and I think it was a good motivation for Turkish research area, and also it will serve them to plan their future research strategies for the research regarding Green Deal. Also, I would like to mention that we are very glad to see your interest to visit Istanbul, so I can confirm that you will be invited to Istanbul for a physical event soon. Since you will be leaving early at 1 p.m., I would like to reflect you one of my questions. As you know, the participation of regions eligible for cohesion funds and also usage of structural funds is encouraged in some of the core topics related to green transition. Do you plan any additional measures for the countries whom are not eligible for those funds? And do you have any suggestions for the countries like Turkey?
Thank you very much for your kind words. Also for your invitation. As I said, I'm happy to travel to Istanbul when time allows. I have good memories also from my previous jobs, giving some lectures at universities. So very happy. On your questions. Now we have the Horizon Europe program with our rules for participation for associated countries and for international cooperation. When it comes to involving regions and using structural funds, you know, we have a parallel process which is driven by our colleagues in the Director General Policy Department, DG NEAR, with bilateral country-specific programs, where you can then specifically negotiate the inclusion and the use of structural funds for regions and cities. So this is something you cannot specifically expect from the Horizon Europe program, but which is of course open, and we are working very closely with the Turkish research community and also cities. I think the topics of for instance the cities mission, which is about greening cities, but also the Bauhaus initiative could be an aspect where to involve even more closely regions and cities. But when it's about structural funds and programs which are not directly linked to the research area, there you have specific instruments which can be used. Back to you.
Thank you, Bernd. And I think we will have you here till 1 p.m. So if there will be additional questions, I will be reflecting you in between the presentations. Thank you very much again for your participation. Now, I would like to invite Kristen BIEHL to the floor. She will be connecting online to the event. She is a faculty member at Sabancı University's Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences and Women and Gender Studies Center of Excellence. And since 2006, she has been involved both academically and professionally in intensive research within the migration and asylum field in Turkey, and have worked closely with a wide range of international, national, and local actors, in addition to the migrants and refugee communities. And lately, in recent years, she has also been started to exploring intersections of gender, environment, and climate change. She is currently a member of 2 consortiums focusing on migration that were supported in Horizon 2020, and also in the last Green Deal call, she has become a partner of a project under Empowering Citizens horizontal area acting project, advancing behavioral change through an inclusive Green Deal. Now I would like to give the floor to her, and I think she's connected.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, hello. Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And first of all, I'd like to thank TÜBİTAK for this invitation. It's really an honor to have this opportunity today to share my experiences with you, which, as you said, includes most recently a successful bid to the Green Deal call. But today, as we agreed, I will focus actually more generally on my experiences with securing partnerships with respect to H2020 proposals, rather than the substance of any of the projects that I'm currently involved in. And can I, I'm not able to see my PowerPoint. Will you be able to put that up, please?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Yes, you can move to the first slide. Thank you. So today I'm here representing Sabancı University's Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences and its Center for Women and Gender Studies, which I'm proud to say have been in a very accomplished position over the last years in securing substantial funding under the EU's Horizon 2020 framework program to work on several projects tackling several of the issues driving the global agenda from a social science perspective, including, but not limited to, the refugee crisis, the COVID pandemic, gender inequality, and as I said more recently, the climate crisis. And over the last 3 years, I've worked hard in contributing to this success, and will share with you today some of my experiences. Next slide. Just to give you, it was already presented at the outset, but give you a little background about myself. I'm trained as a social anthropologist, and I joined Sabancı University in 2018, first as a researcher at SUGender, the Gender and Women's Studies Center of Excellence. And then last year, I was appointed as a faculty member at the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences as a research faculty member, which kind of puts me in a unique and very fortunate position, allowing me to remain heavily focused on research more than teaching. And Ms. İlknur already gave you a background on my research interests, but to recap, my main expertise is actually in the migration field since 2016. But in the recent years, I've also been working on the intersections of ecology, climate change, and gender intersections. Next slide, please. So when I first came to Sabancı in 2018, I was a stranger, total novice to the H2020 program. But as I will share with you in a bit, through substantial effort and thanks also to some great institutional support, this changed very swiftly. And since 2019, I've been a partner in 11 different consortiums in the application process. And I'm currently involved in 4 successful H2020 projects in different capacities. I'm the principal investigator in Turkey on 2 migration-related projects. One is called HOLCOM, and basically explores integration policymaking processes in small and medium town cities and rural areas. And the other project is called Reroute, and which is more of a kind of an anthropological exploration into the arrival and settlement of newcomer migrants in cities across Europe. I was actively involved as a co-PI in the application process of these 2 other projects that you see listed here. Resistire, which looks at the impacts of COVID from the lens of gender-based inequalities, and Acting, which was mentioned, also similarly examines how to cope with the unequal social impacts of climate change through inclusive strategies. But we really hadn't foreseen that we would succeed with so many projects in such a short time. So due to time constraints, I'm now serving in a more limited capacity in the last 2 projects as a researcher, and both projects are being coordinated now by my colleague, Ayşegül Altınay. Next slide, please. In the rest of my presentation, I'd like to share with you my journey into the present day, because like I said earlier, I actually had no experience with European research funding programs when I first started. And unless you're a more senior and esteemed scholar, a professor, it's very rare that someone will come knocking your door and offering you a partnership on these projects. So I hope my journey might give you some inspirations to others who are listening and who are also striving to get in the game, to say, but don't know where to start. So I will share the example of some of the strategies I employed in responding specifically to the H2020 migration calls that came out in 2019. Next, please. The first thing I did was to prepare what I call an expression of interest form in response to the calls. And to do this, again, the first step was to familiarize myself with the different calls that had been advertised and narrowing down my interest, because at the time there were more, I can't remember, I think more than 10 different calls, but narrowing down my interest on which ones were of most interest. And I also reached out to different colleagues at Sabancı in the process who I knew or learned later to be working in the migration field, and inquired whether they would also like me to include them in this document, which basically summarized our migration research capacities at Sabancı University. And in this form, as you can see on the first page, I specified the calls we're interested in, what research expertise we have to offer as social scientists at Sabancı University. And this was followed by short bios of each individual researcher, their project and publication experiences. So, next, please. Meanwhile, I also started working on the list of relevant people and institutions to whom I would send this interest form. And first I turned to the Cordis website of the European Commission and basically went through all past and present projects, migration projects funded by the EU under different framework programs. And with the invaluable support of colleagues from Sabancı University's Research Planning Office, I compiled a list of over 200 names of people who were either coordinators or partners in these projects. I then had two options. One was really to kind of send a generic automated email to these more than 200 contacts, or taking a more targeted and personalized approach. And I opted for the second, meaning that I examined this list in further detail, the names and the institutions of the people involved, you know, who remains active, well-networked, and narrowed the list even down further to some 30 people who I then decided to contact individually through personalized messages. Next. Then my final strategy was to, Then another strategy I employed was also to look at different institutional networks, I mean, beyond the Cordis database. So here, for instance, one example was the IMISCO network, which actually was born out of an EU project in itself. And, you know, looking at who are all the partners involved, the different research centers involved in this network. I included this in my list. And of course, lastly, I also built on my own personal professional networks, contacting people, sending, you know, like former advisors or people I'd met at conferences that would seem relevant, and then sharing again my lists. And next slide, please. So then my final strategy was to attend the brokerage event linked to the H2020 call that year, and these events, for those of you who don't know, are great platforms for learning more about the calls and the application processes. Though the best part I found was what I like to call the speed dating platform that these events offer, where you basically get to schedule like a 5 to 10 minute short meeting with different participants that you find you share common interests. And I was able to have like 8 such dates at this particular meeting. And I'd like to add that actually TÜBİTAK has a grant program that covers all expenses for participating in these events. So these are definitely opportunities not to miss. Next, please. So in the end, what was the outcome of these different efforts? I joined six different consortium invitations under the 2 migration calls in 2019. And the sources of the invitations, as you can see, reflect how these different strategies were actually effective, because 4 of the invitations that I received came through the persons that I had contacted after preparing the lists from Cordis and IMISCO databases. And 1 of these projects was successful, whereas 2 got above threshold points. 1 of the invitations came through a person in my own professional network who I had contacted with the form, and was also one of the successful bids. And then 1 of the invitations came through a person I met at the brokerage event during the speed dates, and was also above threshold. And the reason I wanted to mention also the above threshold marks is because TÜBİTAK actually also offers a very generous grant to people who are part of consortium building efforts that receive above threshold points. So I thank them for that too. Next slide, please. Having secured 2 projects as a principal investigator, I haven't, continued pursuing such an ambitious project chasing approach after 2020. But I haven't either stopped keeping an eye open for opportunities, and I continue attending brokerage events. I continue preparing new expression of interest forms depending on the new calls that we're looking at, which I will mention, but also updating like our old migration form, expanding it with new colleagues. And Now what I've also, with more experience, what I'm seeing is that when you have several projects running in parallel, when you make your mark as a viable and responsible partner through hard work in these projects, whether during the application phase or during implementation for successful ones, new invitations do come. So for instance, at SUGender, at the Gender and Women's Studies Center, one of our first Horizon projects was called Gearing Roles. And it was actually one of the partners there that we developed a strong relation with, who invited us further to join both the COVID call and the Green Deal call, which have also been successful. As I mentioned earlier, since 2019, the ecology, climate change, and gender intersections is a field where I started working on in my capacity as a researcher at SUGender, where I organized different events and carried out small funded research projects in this field. Hence, when the Green Deal call came out, I was very excited. But unlike the migration field, this is not an area where I had extended research expertise and networks. So getting into the game, so to speak, was a lot more challenging for me. Again, I attended the virtual brokerage event that was organized around this call, and one of my speed dates here also did bear fruit. But my approach was such that, maybe as a partner, we might not have extensive social science research experience in the climate change field yet. But, I was trying to contemplate what are the kinds of experiences and capacities that we can actually offer, like the different tools. And this was how I approached prospective partners. And I think, again, it was successful. Also, luckily, together with my colleague Ayşegül Altınay, we were invited by some colleagues, as I said, with whom we were working together under the Resistire project, to join the proposal they were putting together for the Green Deal call. And we worked really hard on this proposal for over 3 months. I took active part in the design and writing process of the proposal. And I'm just mentioning this to tell you that also, the proposal preparation process in itself takes a lot of effort. And fortunately, this also turned out to be a winning bid. And we're very excited for having this opportunity to expand our research capacities in this new and important field for us. As for this year, I'm currently involved in 2 new bids, and the calls are not directly related to my fields of work, but they do entail projects, dimensions linked both to the migration and the climate crises, which is why I accepted to participate. I now do have the luxury to be more selective. So next slide. Just to conclude, yes, getting into being invited to be a partner in a consortium, as I've tried to reflect, especially if you're kind of a newbie, a novice, a newcomer to this field, I think, having a diversified outreach strategy worked well for me. Again, also it took a lot of time and effort, but I think the outcome was significant. And I preferred taking more of a targeted and personalized approach, as I said, though I have heard of other colleagues who send out like cluster emails to thousands of people and, just see by chance what works. Transparency is very important. I mentioned I joined 6 different consortiums, which were under 2 different migration calls. And, this could be a conflict of interest. And I immediately informed colleagues if I was being a partner in a project under the same call, to be transparent that I wouldn't share any information across projects. And of course, had any of them objected, I would have selected one project rather than being a partner to several. I think also one thing I value a lot is working collaboratively with other colleagues at my university. So, I'm not always looking out just for projects that I'm interested in, but also kind of keeping an ear or keeping an eye out for other colleagues who might be able to contribute to the projects. So for instance, one of the bids that I'm joining now, this was a partner I met again at the brokerage event. It was a project proposal linked to kind of migration, but involved the computer science and artificial intelligence dimension. So I immediately informed colleagues that I hadn't yet met, but I reached out to colleagues at the Faculty of Engineering and Natural Sciences who might be interested. And now we're actually working together across faculties in preparing this grant proposal. And lastly, I'll also say that I think at Sabancı, we're very privileged to have the support of an excellent research planning and policy development office. So, you know, because there's a lot of administrative work also involved in preparing these proposals. So I'm really grateful for their support. I'd like to acknowledge that. And of course, TÜBİTAK as well. As I said, you know, they support travel and all costs related to attending these brokerage events. And it's also very nice when you're rewarded for even a project, if it's above threshold, even if it hasn't been successful. And yes, so yeah, once you secure being a consortium member, or if your project is successful, that's not the end, it's only the beginning. And I think, you know, working hard, but also, you know, doing what's been required to do, but also trying to bring in novelty and contributing with new perspectives is a way of actually opening the way further for other future projects and partnership invitations. I think I'll leave it at that, and thank you for listening. I have my contact information, yes, there in the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. BIEHL. I think it was a great motivation for the newcomers to the Horizon Europe program, and it was a very inspirational success story. And I would like to reflect you a question before you leave. Since you are a social scientist, I would like to know, how do you see Turkey's research capacity in social transformations, especially from the perspective of Green Deal?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Well, as many of you know, Turkey remains at a somewhat unique position in relation to the EU, being both an insider and an outsider at the same time in political, geographic, and social terms. Fortunately, this has not hampered access to EU's generous research funds. And in my experiences of joining multiple project partnerships, I've always felt that we as the Turkish counterparts, because of this dual insider-outsider position, are always at a good position to question some of the assumptions that European partners build their questions on. And I've also felt that we really do bring in some novel perspectives. As for the Green Deal in particular, Turkey is among the European countries that will be and is already experiencing some of the worst impacts of the climate crisis. The mass scale of the wildfires and the fires and floods experienced over last summer is just one of the most obvious marks. At the same time, though, Turkey is a country with a very long-standing and strong environmental movement. And this is also reflected, I believe, in the social science research approach in this field, in the sense that while displaying threats, it really also has a tendency to uphold social strengths. So for instance, in the acting project funded under the Green Deal call, this was a unique contribution that we as the Turkish partners offered to the consortium in suggesting that we should not only look at how and what inequalities are being furthered by the climate crisis and what behaviors need to change, but that we should recognize and support the already existing efforts and capacities on the ground. That's what I will say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Again, your participation was very valuable. And now I would like to invite Dr. Mustafa YÜCEL. Dr. Mustafa YÜCEL is a member of faculty at METÜ Institute of Marine Sciences, and he is the holder of several national awards. One of the important awards is Science Academy Distinguished Young Scientist Award. He is the first researcher as an oceanographer who won this award. And he has been working on Horizon funds for a long time. He is the coordinator of Black Sea Connect and Bridge Black Sea projects. And in the Green Deal call, he is also a partner of Arsenal project. Also, just 1 week ago, he received ERC Consolidator grant. I would like to also congratulate him for this grant, and I would like to invite him to the floor.
Çok teşekkürler İlknur Hanım. Herkese merhabalar. So I will be also switching to English. Thank you to TÜBİTAK especially for the organization of such an impactful event, the launch of the Horizon Europe in Turkey. So actually, the main message of my talk is there cannot be a Green Deal without the blue. We need the blue, and this is also acknowledged at the highest level at the European Commission that the blue component is needed. So in that regard, I will be specifically focusing on 2 projects today with you. And especially as İlknur Hanım also mentioned, the main reason that I think attracted TÜBİTAK's attention for in the frame of this particular session is the Sanayi project in which we are a member. But actually this project, which is specifically funded under the Green Deal call that has been already mentioned today, that partnership came as a result of our coordinator work in the Bridge Black Sea and Black Sea Connect projects. But especially the Bridge Black Sea and Sanayi as well, they both have elements of interest maybe for you. They have tasks and work packages in direct support of the implementation of the Green Deal agenda, especially in our region, in this part of Europe. So hopefully I will be able to give you some insights on how we are planning to, both of these projects are ongoing, so I will be mostly talking about our plans. So before going into the details of these projects, I'd like to speak a little bit about ocean science. I'm actually a chemical engineer. There is no undergraduate degree of ocean science. There are some degrees offered in the US and in a few institutions in Europe, but essentially we all come from different fields. So I'm a chemical engineer, and at the moment what I do is in a way reverse chemical engineering. So I study ocean chemistry, so chemical distributions in the ocean, which are of course, they are a result of different chemical, biological, but also geological processes at the same time. So actually my specific field of study is biogeochemistry. So, but ocean science in general, actually it can feed to many different cross-cutting areas, to societal challenges, to economic transition that we all talk about, to of course environmental conservation, preservation of the environment. But it's especially in the recent years, it's realized that it can also contribute to new energy sources, renewable energy sources, or different challenges related to biotechnology, the need for new bioactive products, public health, just to name a few. And of course, even space science, search of life in the universe. There's a connection to ocean science. So all of these connections actually at the Marine Sciences Institute of METÜ, we try to take advantage of actually. We try to explore all these intersections of ocean science with these different challenges to be able to address different calls opened in Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe, but also we also try to propose more fundamental science projects such as the ERC, which we managed to get. At the moment, we have actually 7 Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe projects, all of which you see here. 3 of them are technical coordinatorships, but we have different projects. For example, Sea DataNet is an important project, the European level data integration platform, which is very important. Of course, we have a few more actually European funded projects beyond Horizon program. Just giving an example of the iFish project funded under the IPA, the pre-accession funds. This was also mentioned yesterday in plenary openings, the importance of these funds, especially with regard to the implementation of the Green Deal. I think these are also going to be important sources of funding. Yes. Coming back to Sanayi, as I've indicated, our partnership in Sanayi is a direct result of our leadership in 2 projects in support of blue growth, blue economy in the Black Sea. The first of this project is the Black Sea Connect project, and my colleague Barış Sarıoğlu has gave more details on that yesterday. And the other one is the Bridge BS project, which is more the research innovation action type project with more than 30 partners, about 9 million euro in budget. And although it's not specifically labeled under the Green Deal, because the Green Deal call came later, it's essentially in its content, it's a very, very direct contribution to the Green Deal agenda. So that's why before switching to RCNO, I'd like to give a few more details about the Bridge BS project. So yes, as I've indicated, there is no green without the blue. We need to consider when we want to discuss Green Deal and transition to a climate neutral Europe, we need to consider our seas and oceans. First, of course, we need to keep their health and resilience so that they can continue to absorb excess carbon dioxide. Their biodiversity can contribute to carbon sequestration in the ocean. But also, there's an opportunity to smartly develop new sectors, new sustainable and renewable sectors in the sea, in the spaces that the sea provides us. So some of the pressure on our land environments can be relieved. So especially climate neutral, carbon neutral sectors can be developed on the sea. So that's the kind of, I think, transition also the Green Deal has in its spirit. And in that regard, the blue component can help achieving this agenda. So in that regard, Bridge Black Sea is really about this. It's about three essential elements, basically. The first of these elements is what we call the ecosystem service dynamics of the Black Sea. We essentially argue that in order to be able to support the green-blue transition in the Black Sea, we need to first identify which ecosystem services support actually the resilience of the system and the its capacity to fight with the climate change. So we do this in one node, in one big node of the project. Another node is about blue growth incubators. So within the frame and within the boundaries that the nature sets us, which sustainable sectors can be developed in the Black Sea, such as sustainable aquaculture, renewable energy, biotech, etc. So we will explore that actually in the second node of this project. And the third node is, of course, about citizens. You have heard in the keynote speakers by different head of units of the DG that citizens will take a major part, especially in the implementation of the missions. So that's why in our project, we need to allocate substantial tasks and resources about including citizens into this challenge. Yes, and we do have 10 work packages, the projects, of course, they are in the end organized around work packages, but to be able to also communicate the main objectives of the project in a more easy manner, we are using these three nodes. But some of the, let's say, substantial or more robust outputs that we expect that the Bridge Black Sea project will deliver. For example, we are now aiming at delivering an integrated information system for the Black Sea, including data or ways of accessing to different types of data, but also different types of information will be collated in a dedicated Black Sea portal. We will be developing a new modeling framework for the Black Sea. Essentially, digital twin of the Black Sea will be developed, and policymakers will be able to test different scenarios in this digital twin, and the effect of climate change will be explored in this digital twin, etc. There will be research expeditions, but more maybe in a different level. Stakeholders will be involved heavily, so it's not a pure science project, it's a science for policy project, so stakeholders have to be involved. High-tech summits, stakeholder conferences. We are aiming at developing a joint PhD and master's program, if it's possible, within the Black Sea countries. And the project is also nurturing a new generation of young ambassadors of the Black Sea, so that there are links to science diplomacy as well of this project. So actually one of the partners here, we didn't include our partnership, but we have more than 30 partners in Bridge Black Sea. And one of our partners responsible especially with stakeholder engagement, Living Labs, they are from Greece, Professor Phoebe Konduri and her group, they are involved in developing this approach, which is a novel approach actually considering Turkey. So we are looking forward to establishing Living Labs in Turkey, for example, in Istanbul. There's a Living Lab already active, and Dr. Leyla Tolun from TÜBİTAK, who is also here leading this Living Lab. So for us, it's also a new approach. We are learning from this approach, but Professor Konduri actually invited us to this other proposal in preparation for the Green Deal call, and one of her colleagues actually in the University of Thessaly was leading this particular proposals. And so this was essentially really a product or result of our active, let's say, engagement of Black Sea calls. So this call came up. Our Sinae is directly a response to the Green Deal call, the 1 billion call opened in 2021. So it's about climate resilient regions through systemic solutions and innovation. It's a European-wide project. And one of the case studies of this project is the Western Black Sea. So that's how we got involved. And yes, it's a nearly 15 million euro project, and we are one of the bigger partners. But essentially, to also get to the point quickly, this project will really develop solutions so that the whole Europe and its regions can be more resilient against climate change. But you cannot only do this just by preserving the environment and waiting the climate change effects will vanish. You need to be actively deploying certain solutions in different environmental settings, including cities actually, cities, lakes, land, sea connections, etc. So all these are part of our Sinae case studies, and especially the project will be developing its solutions in under 3 tiers. The first one is called System Innovation Approach. So essentially, it addresses the growing complexity, interdependencies of the modern societies, economies, focusing on functions of the cross-sectoral system as a whole. And the second part of this solution our Sinae proposed is about an already actually developed set of solutions called the Climate Innovation Window. And it's the EU reference innovation marketplace for climate adaptation technologies. So this is something that actual stakeholders or groups or individuals can really, in a way, shop or select what type of solutions they need. So, and again, this aspect of our Sinae is actually an aspect that I like a lot. It also builds on an earlier project that this group facilitated and concluded. I think in Kristen explained very well how to be successful. I think one of the keys to success in Horizon is also to also build on what you've been doing earlier, build on successful examples, successful results, successful collaborations. So new projects come onto that. And the third aspect of the Sinae approach is creating pathways to solutions, but they will be co-created and co-designed with stakeholders. So that's where, again, Living Labs will be deployed at the case study level. Let me also show you here the case studies of our Sinae. As I've indicated, Black Sea, Western Black Sea is a rather large case study, including the coasts of Bulgaria, Romania, and Turkey, the western part of our Black Sea coasts. And the idea is to study the river sea system, the land sea connection with the cities, with the urban areas, with deltas, and with the open sea part as a whole as a case study. So in that regard, the project includes different case studies. For example, a case study is about the port of Athens. So it's a very specific sectoral focused approach. Another case study is Canary Islands. So we have, as you see, cities, islands, lakes, this land-sea interface or a port. So the project really combines different cases, and this approach has been has received a lot of appraisals from the reviewers. So it looks like in EU projects, especially if you're looking into coordinating one. This is an approach also we have deployed in Bridge Black Sea. We have different, we call that pilot sites, not case study sites, but pilot sites. So it's a good approach always to really focus on some areas, especially when you go big at the European scale. So that was one of the keys of our scenario actually to be successful. Okay, so the Black Sea case study, as I said, it will also build on what we've been doing in Bridge Black Sea, Connect CSA, also other projects that have been implemented by many different entities. But really the focus of this case study is to understand Black Sea as a interconnected land-sea connected system with the cities, with the water systems, rivers, freshwater systems, and the open sea. So in that regard, it's also like a mini mission. As you know, one of the 5 EU missions is about oceans and inland waters and cleaning them up, restoring them back to their healthy state. So in that regard, we will be in a way developing a mini mission in this part of the Black Sea. So actually, in the final part of my talk, I would like to a little bit elaborate on how these projects, these collaborations help us address challenges at the national level. And I like to switch to the Marmara Sea in that regard. As many of you have heard, Marmara Sea has undergone a major crisis last year, the sea snot or mucilage. So it's basically excessive bloom of a certain set of microorganisms which create this excretion, and then over time they can aggregate, they can get bigger and bigger, and of course invade our beaches, ports, marinas, and coasts. So that's what happened in the Sea of Marmara. And essentially, this happened mainly, of course, it's a long discussion, but part of the problem was the way the land-sea connection is managed. So at the moment, this has been also addressed at the national scale. For example, when we were helping to the Ministry of Environment while developing this action plan, we used a lot of our experiences from the Bridge Black Sea and our scenario projects as well to transfer some of the solutions already proposed in those projects into the action plan. But basically, here in the Sea of Marmara, Turkey is really deploying its own mini mission to restore Marmara back to its health. So the Marmara Sea Action Plan is about that. It's really, there are really robust targets such as cutting the pollution by 50%. There are also some other really clear targets. It's not going to be easy, but again, here we have suggested the approach of developing digital twins of Marmara, which we are doing now. But of course, these are not just digital entities. They are supported by data, actual data from the field. So we have research vessels, METÜ, TÜBİTAK, Marmara, METÜ's bilim research vessels. They are generating results, data, information from the actual Marmara Sea, and these are going to fed into this digital twin. But in the end, these type of digital twins will help us to explore the future of the Sea of Marmara in response to different policy implementations. But anyway, that was one actually one place where we had to, in a way, implement some of our results, national level. But another recent development in Turkey, of course, with the ratification of the Paris Agreement, with Turkey's ratification, now the solutions for fighting climate change, the efforts to fight with climate change has also been intensified. And again, the Ministry of Environment, Urbanization and Climate Change now with the climate added, they have organized the İklim Şurası Climate Summit just 1 month ago. And within that frame, TÜBİTAK, again, Professor Mandal led very successfully the Science and Technology Commission of this climate summit. And as a result of these efforts, some of the members are already in this audience of this commission. More than 30 actually direct action recommendations have been suggested from the science and technology point of view. But again, while developing these ourselves as well as other scientists as well, they have used their experiences from the Horizon programs. Again, the focus as a result of these experiences, I think this the science and technology branch of the Shura decisions, they are really strengthened in terms of circular economy principles, technologies for waste reduction, innovative pathways for zero pollution, etc. So really the decisions are full of new type of science and technology to be deployed to fight with climate change in Turkey and to fulfill our obligations for the Paris Agreement. So, for example, just to illustrate one of the action plans we propose and which received approval is this development of multi-use blue platforms in the sea, in the open sea. So these are going to be type of innovative platforms that will be powered up by wind, solar, maybe wave energy. And then with these energy, with some of these energy, we at least envision to capture carbon and store this carbon in a more permanent basis in the sea in the form of biomass, living biomass, but also incorporate different sectoral activities around this platform and power them up with renewable energy. So that's the type of vision, of course, which will integrate many different technologies, but also it will also use marine science to go forward. All right, maybe I'll just go to the end. All these activities are, in a way, like, as I've already said, they are like mini missions that we are trying to do in the Sea of Marmara, in the Western Black Sea. All of these will be fed to the, of course, the mission oceans of the European Union. We are also contributing to the lighthouse demonstrator in the Mediterranean and also in the Danube basin lighthouse. So we are actively with these sort of experiences, we are contributing to those lighthouse development of those lighthouse demonstrators. So yeah, for now that's it. If you are more interested in learning about RCNO, here are the data. They have very active web page, Twitter, Facebook channels. So, and you can always contact me for more information. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank Dr. YÜCEL for his presentation. I think it has shown that there are many opportunities in Horizon Europe for the researchers, also for young researchers. Now I would like to invite Dr. Baha KUBAN to the stage. He has extensive experience in smart cities and communities projects since FP7. Actually, we have been working together with him since FP7, and he is the team leader of the many projects that are supported in Turkey with different municipalities from Turkey: Cityfied, Remove and Replicate, Urban Green Up, Match Up, and Making City projects. And generally, he is focusing on technical side as well as socioeconomic transformation of the built environment, energy efficiency via local renewables generation and participatory planning, citizen engagement, and socio-organizational innovations. Also, he is country representative for the Senelik Smart Cities Communities Sector Forum. Now I would like to give the floor to him to give his speech.
Çok teşekkürler İknur Hanım. I'll try to do it differently before coming to what we have done, coming back home for projects that we have done in Turkey. Let me try to paint the background of why the social transition has come to become the central concept of European research area, the framework programs. Now, this is an old story, of course. I will try to cut it short, but I will try to refer to it in reference to two landmark reports. One of these reports goes way back to after the World War in 1945 with the title of Science, the Endless Frontier. Now, at that time, this was a report prepared by Vannevar Bush for the American presidency. And the main tenet of this report, of course, is actually a summary of the understanding of that time, the way that people looked at science and technology, the research, let's say, frontier. And the way they looked at it at that time was a linear look. So you do science, basic research, and then you develop technology, you develop the necessary technologies that the society can use. So it's a linear development. Society is a crucible that you put in the technologies. It has maybe some unwanted effects, but then you change the technologies to fit that. Quite a long time after that, in 1998, the European Union commissioned its own study on science, technology, and public policy. This report was called Society, the Endless Frontier. So they changed the word, and not only the word, because this told us that actually society, social causes and social transitions came to the center of attention for the European research program. Now, when we look at the time between, it's a long time, but we have a very important development there. The social science research area developed some very interesting attributes in that area, especially in the 60s and in the 70s, where environmental movements started proliferating all over the world, especially in Europe. Social science also started looking at technology, social technical systems in a different optic, in a different perspective. What this new social science told us, it was like an archaeology of technologies or technological systems. And it started looking at how socio-technical systems made transformations and how society and technology interacted. And they actually came up with some very interesting ideas, and now a lot of things that we accept as research facts in social sciences and social science transition theory comes from that area. So Society, the Endless Frontier is the second landmark report. From there, we have, of course, very interestingly, we have like an appendix, social sciences in FP6, I think FP5 as an appendix, but starting from FP6 and 7, you start having social sciences as a separate entity in framework programs. And from there, we have now reached a stage where in FP8, in Horizon 2020, we have a completely redrawn framework for the framework programs or the European research area in the titles of societal challenges, as you know. These were 7 societal challenges that were supported by focuses that are cross-cutting topics like circular economy and digitalization. But basically, we have now society and its needs in the center of the research area. Now, after that, we have the missions. Now, the development of the mission approach is also interesting. When you look at the evaluation of FP8 Horizon 2020 reports that were prepared for the next framework program, which is the one that we have now, the missions proposal is just one of them, but finally it is accepted, and the missions bring society even closer. Here they try to, they look at FP8, the Horizon 2020, and they see that it's way up with a little too wide and too expansive subjects. So between the research programs and very expansive and wide societal challenges topics, there needs to be a portfolio area where they put the missions. The missions are quite ambitious, as you know. They're very much societally relevant, and they actually work. One of the mission statements, the criteria for mission statements, it says that it is bottom-up research. So you can see that society again is involved very much as a central tenet of these research programs. Now coming back to what we have done, as İlknur has mentioned, we have been involved with European projects since FP7, and we have started with the smart city projects. The first five were smart city projects. She mentioned them. they're large implementation projects with large scale budgets. The total budget that we have been involved in terms of project size is about 150 million euros in the FP7, the last end of FP7, but basically Horizon 2020 and now 2021, just coming up. Then I think the budget that we were able to bring to Turkey in that same period was around about 30 million for smart city projects. Most of the cities that we have dealt with were through our initial acquaintance with them, doing mid to long range energy and climate actions for the municipalities. So that's a very good starting point to understand what the municipality capacity is and their vision is. So this helped us a lot to take them in to the smart city projects. We have done quite a lot of European Union work. Karar sepeti değiliz. We're a small company, 8 people, but we have, I think, overall, it can be said that we have been quite successful with European projects. Now, what I want to say is, back home, we have seen the development of smart city projects from essentially technical endeavors that intended to put in several different technologies to make a certain part of a city, let's say, smarter and more renewable energy, energy efficient, etc., to projects in the smart city area that are now including much more. The people who live in that area, the stakeholders in the form of citizens themselves, but also environmental movements. That if you're having let's say a project in such an area, but definitely we have seen the progress of the social effect, the citizen engagement, and accounting for the social in the projects in our own project lifetime, which is just 3 framework program lifetimes actually, and even in the missions now, this is of course very strongly felt. After this type of development, we have started going more into, we have employed more, for example, urban planners and architects and environmental engineers to look at urban metabolism as a whole, not only as an energetic mechanism, but as something that involves people, nature, and everything. So we have started doing projects such as renaturing, which brings nature back to the city. Of course, the interaction with society here is much more stronger. So you need to take into account very much the people living around these areas that you would like to green. But apart from that, we have also moved into some of the nexus projects. The nexus, of course, is the food, water, energy nexus. And we have started several projects in the food area, urban food systems area. Urban food systems is one of the topics that is really crucial for the European Union, as you can see in their several different themes and missions. It connects very well, actually, with things like, for example, the digital economy and the circular economy initiatives. But we have been able to, through our work in smart cities and our, let's say, association with the social side of smart city projects, not only technical, we have been able to, of course, increase capacity into the social science attributes of framework program projects. This is basically what I would like to say. I would like to answer your questions if you have in terms of, I don't want to go much into the specifics of projects, but I'm here to answer any questions now and later.
Thank you very much. Demir Enerji has involved in many projects and bring a substantial amount of funding to Turkey, and working together with municipalities and other technological companies. I think it was very important to have your speech and to see your view. Actually, since we are behind the schedule, we have to continue with the lunch. You can catch up our panelists during the lunch and you can reflect your questions. Thank you very much. And could you please be here at 2 p.m. sharp, because the representative from the Commission will be connecting at 2 p.m. Thank you.
urban and Brazilian flavors. Now we take you all around the world and bring you right on back. That's okay, because that's how we do it here. Now you might want to adjust your speaker a little bit. Makes up just a taste. Yeah, right there. Feel comfortable. Sit back in your seat. Grab yourself a nice little drink, or perhaps you're in your car, or you're at the job, whatever. We got your back. It's all good. This is New Urban Jazz, y'all. In fact, you may want to let your friends know what you're listening to so they don't be hating. We don't want any bad blood out there, you know what I mean? Gotta keep the vibe right. This is music for your heart, soul, spirit, mind, body. We're influenced by the music of people like to smash it all together. The coolest place on your radio. And if I may, please allow me to take a page out of a great New York DJ's book. You see this? Sit back, listen, enjoy. My name is Bob Bowen. I'm out.
Herkese merhabalar. Biraz gecikmeyle de olsa EIC paneline başlıyoruz. Şu anda salondaki misafirlerimiz hala geliyorlar ama sonuçta online'da da bizi takip edenler var. Zaman kısıtımız var. Başlamak durumundayız. Dear distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you once more to the second day of the Turkish launch event of the Horizon Europe program. We have been trying to cover different aspects of the program through different dedicated panel sessions. This session is going to cover the innovation aspect of the program, and our main topic will be the European Innovation Council. The council has been established under the Horizon Europe program. It has a budget of over 10 billion euros to support game-changing innovations throughout the life cycle, from early stage research to proof of concept, technology transfer, and the financing and scale up of startups and SMEs. That's why the motto of the program is from idea to the market. The EIC aims to identify and support breakthrough technologies and game-changing innovations to create new markets and scale up internationally. 2022 work program of the European Innovation Council, which was adopted in February, opens funding opportunities worth over 1.7 billion euros in 2022 through its different funding mechanisms, namely Pathfinder, Transition, and Accelerator. Today, we have 4 distinguished panelists in this session. They will give all of us a vision based on their own experiences. I would like to invite all panelists on stage, please. Our first panelist is Mr. Can David Malo, who is attending remotely from Brussels. I hope that he can hear us at the moment. He worked as head of the unit in charge of regional aspects in DG Research and Innovation between 2006 and 2010, and of the unit in charge of increasing private finance and closing market gaps between 2011 and 2013. Horizon 2020 SMEs was also addressed by the unit. He also worked as the director for Open Innovation and Open Science in 2017. He designed and expanded initiatives such as the Venture EU initiative and the Research, Development and Innovation dimension under the European Fund for Strategic Investments. In 2019, following the European Council's request to set up the European Innovation Council, he became director of the EIC Task Force. Since April 2021, he is the director of the Executive Agency for EIC and SMEs, which is the implementing agency of the EIC program. Our second panelist is Professor Ender Suvacı, representing Entekno. Ender Suvacı is a professor of materials science at Eskişehir Technical University. He completed master's and PhD studies on materials science at the Pennsylvania State University. Dr. Suvacı also worked as a visiting professor at Darmstadt University of Technology for 18 months. Dr. Suvacı is the founder and CTO of a spin-off company called Entekno Materials, which focuses on development and production of greener, safer, and novel advanced materials for sustainable growth. He was principal investigator over 40 national and international projects, where he worked with researchers from 10 different countries. Due to his achievements, he received numerous national and international awards. He has been associate editor for the Journal of the American Ceramic Society since 2005. Entekno managed to receive both phase 1 and phase 2 support from the Commission with their project named STAR, Safe, Transparent, Active, and Reliable Mineral Sunscreen Technology. Ender Bey, I would like to welcome you on stage, please. Third panelist is going to be Professor Özgür Yeniel, representing Soranus. He started his expertise training in EDEGE University, Faculty of Medicine, Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and he completed his residence in 2004. After some experiences as a medical doctor, he started his academic career in EDEGE University, Faculty of Medicine, Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology in 2008. He worked as a visiting researcher. I'm sorry. He worked as a visiting researcher in Eckhart Etris Clinic at the University of Greifswald, Germany in 2012. Since 2015, he has been working as a board member and general secretary of the Turkish Urogynecology and Pelvic Reconstructive Surgery Association. He worked on the pelvic floor, brought the first patent to his clinic and the first European Union EIC accelerator project in the field of health. Soranus R&D, which he established in EDEGE Technopark in 2018, has become a medical device manufacturer with national and international patents and design registrations. More than 100 publications published in international and national journals have been cited, more than 600 in Web of Science and more than 1,000 in total with other sources. Soranus managed to receive EIC Accelerator in 2020 support from the Commission with their projects named VAX-D, Vaginal Arco-Colpo Suspension Device for the treatment of urinary incontinence in women. Özgür Bey, please, I would like to welcome you on stage. Fourth panelist is Mr. Gürcan Ozan, representing ACT Ventures. Gürcan is a partner at ACT Venture Partners, a venture capital company that invests in early stage technology startups. He is a board member of a number of startups in B2B software, IoT, and healthcare sectors. He has 20 years of experience in the technology and innovation space, particularly in engineering, R&D funding, and global partnership. He is experienced in EU programs and a jury member at EIC Accelerator Program. Gürcan Bey, I would like to welcome you on board as well. Now, I would like to hand over to Mr. Can David Malo for his presentation. I hope that he can hear us well.
Yes, good afternoon. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Can David.
So it's perfect. So thanks a lot. And I'm delighted to be with you, even if it is virtually. I hope next time I will have the opportunity to be with you as I was in the past in the previous framework program launch. It's an honor for me to have the opportunity to present you what is the European Innovation Council. I have for this a number of slides that, of course, will be shared with all the participants. So I will share my screen for this purpose. If you can tell me if indeed you are seeing the screen. Is it okay for you? Do you see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, yes. Okay, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
So Just a brief introduction on what is the European Innovation Council. As you certainly remember, this idea emerged, in fact, in the context of take stock exercise that the Commission did after the innovation communication at the beginning of the 2010s, and where we came to the conclusion that it was necessary to do more on the field of innovation. I will come back in a few minutes on the rationale, the detailed rationale for it. And the initiative was launched by the previous Commissioner for Research and Innovation, Commissioner Moedas, with the objective indeed to do for innovation what we did successfully for research, and in particular for basic research with the European Research Council, with the ambition, the clear ambition from the very start to be the European fabric of unicorns of tomorrow in Europe, while the European Research Council is perceived, as you know, as the European fabric of Nobel Prize. This is the ambition that has driven the initiative, that was subsequently recommended by, first of all, of course, the group led by Pascal Lamy in view of the preparation of Horizon Europe, at the midterm review of Horizon 2020 in its publication Lab Fab App. And this work was relayed, in fact, by a number of group of experts, and notably the high-level group of innovators, as well as the first pre-EIC board from 2018 and 2020, in order to prepare, in fact, the fully fledged EIC that was proposed, as you know, in the proposal of the Commission for Horizon Europe as the main block of the Innovative Europe pillar, the third pillar of Horizon Europe. It's important for me to start by this, because it's important that you are reading a number of this document. I'm thinking in particular of the funding awareness, scale, talent, the FAST publication coming from the high-level group of innovators, as well as the recommendation made by the EIC Pilot Advisory Board, in order for you to understand what is the vision and what are therefore the various reason of the rules that we have introduced in the context of the EIC under Horizon Europe, thanks also to a pilot on which I will come back in a minute. Of course, the EIC, as you know, has been launched as one of the first program of Horizon Europe already 1 year ago, exactly on the 18th of March, with the presence of our president, Mrs. van der Leyen, but also under the patronage of the president of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, as well as, of course, our commissioner, Mrs. Maria Gabriel, and the representative of the European Parliament, Christian Eller, just to highlight the importance that is provided by the highest policy maker to this initiative, which is absolutely essential, in particular in the context of the running technology race that we are facing. Now, in a few words, what is the EIC? And it was recalled in the introduction. It's nothing else than the innovation flagship of Horizon Europe, with a 10 billion euro budget, which has indeed the objective to identify from the very early stage, develop and scale up game-changing breakthrough technologies and innovation in Europe. It's a unique program which is in a one-stop shop. I will come back more in details in a minute to this, combining, in fact, the support to emerging ideas from the very beginning in terms of technology readiness level, so TRL1, up to the support to the rapid scale-up of promising deep tech startup and SMEs in order to help them to penetrate market and to give birth, in fact, to their business plan in terms of development. For this reason, we are under the EIC providing specific type of support. There is no one size fits all. We are proposing different schemes depending on the stage of development of the ideas or the companies. And within this type of support, we are introducing, in fact, a number of novelties, including in particular equity support or blended finance, which is a combination between grant and equity. And as a direct consequence, we are the only program within Horizon Europe which is also proposing equity support. And it was necessary for this purpose to set up a fund, the so-called EIC fund, which has the ambition in reality in the course of the period 2021-2027 to be one of the largest, if not the largest, VC deep tech investor in Europe, in particular in very early stage, with a budget of investment of more than 3 billion euro. So it's a program which is centered on innovators, whatever would be the characteristic of the innovator, be it a researcher or an entrepreneur, just to take these two examples, which is requesting proactive approach in terms of type of funding, as well as positioning itself as one of the actors of the European innovation ecosystem. And I insist, one of the actors. The ambition of the EIC is not to substitute to all the other actors that are existing, but to work in close cooperation with the other actors. Why we have launched the idea of the EIC, it's important to have this in mind when you are interested to participate in some of our schemes. I mentioned a few seconds ago that we took stock, in fact, of the situation in the middle of the 2010s, and what were the main lessons. Europe and its associated countries in the context of Horizon globally remain a very strong research performer. I mean, we are leading in the domain of research, a number of domains. You can look, for example, of the number of publications in top journals that are made by European researchers. You can look at the attractiveness of our European universities. You can look also of the number of Nobel Prize or a prize of this dimension that are provided to Europeans. But we have two main financing gaps that remain. First, we have remaining difficulties to ensure a move from lab to fab. So a move, in fact, from the knowledge that is generated to the transformation of this knowledge into innovative process or innovative products. Second, we have another difficulties regarding the accompanying, in fact, of our promising innovative startups and SMEs, and in particular the ones that are deep tech oriented. And I will just illustrate this in a minute with a number of figures. And these two gaps, in fact, must be tackled. These two valleys of death, if you want to call them this way. But on top of this, we have also to do more in terms of connectedness between our innovation ecosystem. We have, of course, in Europe, a fragmented innovation ecosystem, but it's also true in a number of our competitors like the US, but the main difference is that in this type of countries, I mean, these hubs, these innovation hubs are connected to each other in a more fluid way, which is not yet enough the case in Europe. And on top of this, we remain with an important innovation divide all over the geography of the Union, as well as not enough use of all the talents, and in particular the women in Europe, which is, by the way, also true in other places in the world. This funding gap that I was mentioning can be illustrated by a few figures, and I will be very quick on this one. The first one is, of course, the capacity to leverage and to invest in early stage innovative startup and SMEs. And here in this slide, you see the evolution of the situation with the United States. We have a market which is recovering in terms of VC in Europe, and where the last data are promising and reassuring. Nevertheless, we have not the size that exists in the US, and we have also smaller VC funds which do not allow, in fact, to take enough risk due to the granularity of their portfolio. In particular, and this is something also interesting in terms of figures, we have much less unicorns in Europe than in the United States, but now also in Asia, in particular in China. And another dimension in this slide, which is to be taken into account, is the question of the valuation of these companies. So not only we have less unicorns, but we have unicorns that are less valued than our main competitors, notably in North America and in Asia. But what we see also is that after the revolution at the end of the 19th century and the 20th century, where a number of breakthrough technologies appeared, in particular in the domain of electricity, car, and telecom, where we were among the main innovators with the US, we have clearly lost the battle, not the war, but the battle of the Internet of Things and social media revolution, which has clearly been won by notably the United States. I will not quote the number of companies that are now driving, in fact, this new market that have been created thanks to the appearance of these technologies. But we feel now that in a number of domains, new revolutions, new tech revolutions are running, notably in quantum computing, notably in the twin transition, the digital one, but also the green transition, also in the health sector with neurotechnologies. And by essence, it's impossible to know what will be the total impact, the exact impact of this breakthrough technologies on the way we live, on the way a number of markets will evolve. But one thing is for sure, if we are not taking risk in order to participate in good condition to this deep tech race that is ongoing, we will be in the same situation as the one that we are facing for the time being in the Internet of Things and social media. And this will not be without consequence, not only on the markets that are concerned, but also on the way we live and on the model of society that we have. So this is why it was absolutely necessary to launch an initiative in order to give more strength to European entrepreneurs, to European innovators, in order to ensure that we have a word to say in this revolution that is ongoing. By chance, we had the opportunity to test some of the ideas that we have tabled in the context of the end of Horizon 2020 with the IC pilot during 2018 and 2020 with the support of the European Council, who have requested the Commission to launch immediately a test of the main ideas of the EIC. And during this period, with a substantial budget, as you can see it on this slide, we have been able to test notably the new ideas that we would like to introduce in terms of support to startups and SMEs in their growth with blended finance already in 2019 and in 2020, with the possibility to invest in a number of companies starting in 2020 and where we have almost finalized, in fact, the decision of investments. And what we have seen is that indeed the demand was absolutely enormous. I mean, in these calls that we have tested, notably in 2019, 2020, we have received more than 14,000 applications for the startup part, which were requesting more than 40 billion euro of support. Another part that we have tested during this period is our capacity to be agile, because in this domain, it's absolutely essential to be agile. And we have been confronted, of course, to the pandemic of the COVID-19, where we were able to immediately react and launch a specific call at the very beginning of the pandemic, and where we have selected a number of startups. We have also introduced a specific call for Green Deal innovation in the same period. And we have started to tackle one of the weaknesses that I was mentioning in my introduction, which is the place of women innovators, in particular women-led CEO of startups that we would like to support, with at least 25% of the companies that we have interviewed in the context of the EIC accelerator pilot that are women. Last but not least, one of the dimensions in terms of agility is, of course, to follow the project in a different way. And this is calling for a new type of personnel within the Commission services in order to bring not only an administrative support, but also a technological and advice support to the promoters of our project, the so-called EIC program managers. And during this programming pilot phase, we have started with recruiting 4 of them. Now, it's important in order to understand what is EIC, to have also in mind where we are coming from. So in order to make this pilot, in fact, we have not starting out of the blue. We have worked and built on what was existing and what was successful, in particular in the very early stage, in the emergence and stimulation of the emergence of new technologies that can have an impact on the market later on. We build, of course, on the future emerging technologies, the so-called FET open or FET proactive, open for bottom-up approach, proactive for a more top-down approach. And this is on what we have built, in fact, the EIC pilot Pathfinder. On the opposite, the support to the scaling up of startup and SMEs, we had also there a very interesting and successful program, which was the SME instrument, on which we have built the EIC pilot accelerator, but where in fact we have introduced a number of novelties, not only a bottom-up approach, but some top-down approach in order to tackle some open strategic autonomy issues in Europe, and to ensure also the twin transition, the digital and green transition that is at the heart of our policy. We have introduced face-to-face interviews in order to have, in addition to the peers evaluation, the possibility for the promoter to defend their project in front of a specialist which were on the technology, but also on the market and on investments. And we have introduced, as I told you, the blended finance, so the possibility to combine not only the grant support that we were usually providing, but also an equity support up to 15 million euro in the same application. And on top of this, we have expanded what we had already in the context of the SM instrument and the FET program, the so-called business acceleration services, because we do believe that if money is absolutely essential in order to help our innovators to grow up and to develop their ideas, it's also important to provide them with additional accompanying services in the innovation ecosystem to make the innovation ecosystem even more friendly for them and to allow them to meet large corporates, to meet other investors, to meet public procurers, to participate to big international fairs and so on. So I will come back to this, but this is the kind of services that we have tested also during this pilot. So the results were quite impressive. I will not enter into all the details here, just to focus, of course, in what we are proposing in the work program 2022. But just for you to know that what came from this pilot is that we have, during all this period, been able to leverage more than 9.6 billion euro of follow-up investments. We have now among our portfolio 5 unicorns and already 91 centers. And on top of this, and this is something even more interesting, the combination of our bottom-up and top-down approach, the open or the challenge-based approach, as a result, bring us to a number of domains that are covered by our applicants that are mainly in the main policy orientation of the Commission, notably Green Deal, digital, but also health in the context in particular of the COVID situation. Now, I will go immediately to the Horizon Europe EIC that we launched already last year with all the schemes that have been subject to a number of calls and already a number of results and some first grant agreements that have been signed. But just as an introduction, I'd like to recall you that we are also there on top of the pilot, introducing a number of novelty. First of all, we have a board, which is now not only a pilot board, but a fully fledged EIC board, which is advising us on the development of the strategy, on the content of the work program, and how to implement it in the most efficient way possible, which is also contributing to other work within the Commission, notably contributing to the discussion on the future innovation communication. This board has been set up recently, just before the first EIC summit that took place physically and virtually in the end of last fall. The board is constituted by 20 members. You can see them on this slide. And is currently chaired by Mark Ferguson and vice chaired by Herman Hauser. They are composed of 10 men, 10 women coming from 17 different countries. And where the skills and competencies that are covered are very broad, from investors, research, innovation specialists, market specialists, serial entrepreneurs, large corporate or SMEs, in order to cover the full spectrum of the activities that we have under the European Innovation Council. Now, we have launched also a call in order to have a president, which will be a full-time president of the European Innovation Council. We expect that by this summer, this president will be appointed, and this president will work, of course, in close cooperation with the board as well as with the EIC and SME executive agencies that has been set up on the 1st of April 2021, as it was recalled, and which has the purpose to manage, in fact, the implementation of the whole EIC activities, complemented by the EIC fund, which has the purpose to manage the equity investment, as I told you already, in the EIC supported companies. Now, with the fully fledged EIC, we would like, in fact, as I told you, to offer in a one-stop shop approach agile funding. And for this, we are proposing 3 main types of support. From the very early stage, the Pathfinder for advanced research on emerging technologies. In order to tackle the topic, the first gap that I mentioned in my introduction, the move from lab to fab, we have introduced a new scheme, which is the transition activities, which has the purpose to help, in fact, innovators to move from lab to commercial setting. And last but not least, in order to provide the necessary support for the scaling up of our most promising, innovative, and notably deep tech startup and SMEs, the accelerator and its EIC fund, all of them provided with also a number of accompanying measures in terms of coaching, mentoring, access to corporate and investors with the business acceleration services. Now, a few words on each of them before I give you more information on the calls that are running in the work program 2022. So the Pathfinder, as I told you, has the purpose to support early stage research on breakthrough technologies with mainly a bottom-up approach, but also some top-down approach challenges. I will quote you the challenges that we are offering in the context of the work program 2022 in a minute. Here, what we are doing is to mainly support this kind of idea proposed by consortia that are mainly composed by universities and research organizations from the countries that are eligible to participate, including, of course, Turkey, and where our support is taking the form of a grant of usually up to 3 to 4 million euro. For the transition, here the purpose is really to make this link from the lab to the fab, and to support technology maturation or business and market readiness. And there again, we are providing to smaller consortia or sometimes to unique beneficiaries a grant up to 2.5 million euro. For the accelerator, which has the purpose to provide the necessary support to our promising deep tech startup and SMEs in Europe, we are there proposing, in fact, different type of support, but each time with, and this is a very important point on which I'd like to insist, with each time the objective to support the scaling up of a company. And this scaling up of the company, by definition, cannot only be provided by only a grant. I mean, scaling up of a company is provided either by commercial activities, and this is the ultimate objective in any case, but also could, in particular, when you have the maturation of the technology and where you still need to invest before generating enough revenues, even if in certain cases you can already, of course, generate revenues. There, I mean, it's important to give the possibility to have a necessary capital increase, and this is the purpose of the equity dimension. So we are proposing, in any case, for the applicants that should come with a scale-up proposal, either only a grant, in particular, if they have already the equity support which is needed and they don't need us, or if they need equity support, a blended finance where we have two cases, a direct blended finance or a blended finance in two steps. So starting with the grant in order to reach the necessary maturity to be investment ready, and then followed by an equity. So two steps blended finance. Or for some of them, where they do not need a grant support, but only an equity support, an equity only support. In this context, the grant can be up to 2.5 million euro, and the equity on our side could be up to 15 million euro, with novelties in the context of the work program 2022, which is for a limited number of companies as a pilot, the possibility to request more than 15 million euro from our side. I said from our side because our objective is certainly not to crowding out public and private investors that would like to invest in this kind of company, but to de-risk them. And to de-risk the company, to be a patient investor in the company that can bring additional reassurance to the other investors. And our objective is, on the contrary, to attract, in fact, the other investors, and notably the private one. Our ambition, as I mentioned it already, is to leverage, in fact, our investments. And the ambition of the EIC is to have a leverage of at least 3. So for €1 invested, another €3 that should come from other investors, with the ambition for a number of companies to go even beyond this leverage. Our calls are mainly bottom-up, as I told you, but they are also top-down. I will give you the list of the top-down approach in a second, and all of them are accompanied by business acceleration services. From this year, we will have the opportunity to have, by the end of the summer, 10 program managers covering a number of domains that are part of our portfolio of projects, quantum, health device, energy transition in the domain of electricity, energy transition in the domain of building. So a number of fields that will be covered, and where the program manager will provide reviews and reorientation support, notably at the beginning for Pathfinder, a transition project, but also gradually for EIC Accelerator support. We have introduced already in 2021 the fast-track possibilities that exist in Horizon Europe. So in other words, a quicker path within the evaluation process to a number of projects that are supported elsewhere in the context of Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020, and we have started to do it in particular with the EIC Pathfinder for the transition, but also for the accelerator with the EIT, because a number of startup and SMEs can emerge within the EIT kicks, with the European Research Council, as well as with Eurostars. Now, what are our main funding in 2022? In the 1.7 billion euro that were mentioned truly in the introduction. First, on the accelerator, we will dedicate, as you can see on this slide, more than 1.16 billion euro in 3 cutoff dates. So the first cutoff date is tomorrow, by the way, but the 2 others are on the 15th of June and on the 5th of October. In the context of the accelerator, it's important to mention that we have a process of evaluation which is a permanently open one. In other words, you can submit at any moment a simplified proposal in what we are calling the step 1, the short application. We are receiving around 800 per month, and we are providing an answer within 4 weeks to this short application. But we have, of course, for those who were successful in this short application, this cutoff where a full proposal is submitted, and you have this year 3 cutoffs, and we have the intention in the next years to move to 4 cutoffs. Regarding the challenges, not surprisingly, of course, the challenges are in relation with technology for open strategic autonomy, in direct relation with the main domains, the main value chains, for example, that were identified in the context of the renewed industry communication of the Commission, but also the technologies for the Fit for 55 in order to ensure the transition that is related. For the Pathfinder, there the first deadline on the bottom-up approach is on the 3rd of May with a budget of 183 million euro. While regarding the challenges, the deadline is in the fall of the year on the 19th of October with a budget which is a bit less. You can see that for each of the schemes, you have a bit more budget for the bottom-up approach, but nevertheless a substantial budget also for the challenges. And here on the Pathfinder, on the basis of a work that was done with experts, with our program managers, with the state-of-the-art that we are conducting with other DGs of the Commission, like, for example, DG Connect, but also other thematic DGs like DG Energy, DG Move. We are identifying the state-of-the-art of the most promising areas where there is a need, in fact, to see some technologies to emerge. And this is a rationale for the identification of these challenges that are for 2022, the carbon dioxide and nitrogen management and valorization, mid-long-term systems integrated energy storage, cardiogenetics, healthcare continuum technologies, DNA-based digital data storage, and alternative quantum information processing, communication, and sensing. Of course, on each work program, we are adjusting these challenges on the basis of the evaluation of the state of the art, of the evaluation of the evolution also of our portfolio composition. The same applied for the transition activities. So the type of activities that has a purpose, in fact, to help the move from lab to fab, with on the 4th of May and the 28th of September, the deadlines, with respectively 71 million euro for the open dimension and 60 million euro for the challenges, where the challenges, of course, are building on also the state of the art, but also the evolution of the state of the art over the time, and where we are focusing there even more, of course, on topics that are also relating to the open strategic autonomy, be it on the green digital device for the future, on process and system integration of clean energy technologies, or RNA-based therapies and diagnostic for complex and rare genetic disease. So, of course, the challenges when you are moving from the Pathfinder to the accelerator are more and more focused and more related to the market. Now, in conclusion, a few words on the business acceleration services. Of course, we continue to offer during this work program 2022 a number of business acceleration services, starting, of course, by the coachings that we are proposing, in particular also in the context of the preparation of the step 2 of the accelerator call, just to take this example. For the beneficiaries of the EIC, we will continue with corporate days, including the possibility of multi-corporate days in a specific topic. We have tested this possibility already twice, and we will continue to do it. And the next one, by the way, will be in a few weeks in May. We do believe that it is also important to create the possibility to have link with public and private procurers that are keen also to prepare their call for tender that are taking into account innovative technology, state of the art, and it's very important to have this possibility to make them aware of some technologies that exist and that are in their preparation. Of course, link with investors. We do believe that it's essential not only to propose the possibility to have more startup and SMEs led by women that are joining the jury step of the EIC accelerator in a way which is not contradicting excellence, as we are doing it now since the pilot and the first year of implementation under Horizon Europe, but also to help women to prepare themselves in the Women Leadership Program, and with another program that we are supporting, which is developed in the EU Innovation Ecosystem, which is a Women EU Tech in Women Initiative, where we are providing direct support to companies that are led by women. In the transition to the green objective, our GHG emission program is of course offered to all of our beneficiaries, and we are bringing a number of our beneficiaries to more than 15 international fairs, like for example the CES in Las Vegas or the Arabic Health fairs that took place in Dubai a few weeks ago. Many other activities. I will not enter into the debate and the details right now, as we have a limited time frame. Now, in conclusion, Turkey and the EIC. First of all, we see that applications from Turkish researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs in the various schemes are present, and of course they are more than welcome, as Turkey is an associated country to Horizon Europe. You have, of course, the possibility in the context of the EIC Pathfinder, on top of participating to the call that I just mentioned, to contribute and to participate also to the existing EIC projects through the open mechanism, which is funded by another part of Horizon Europe. And this is something that you should have in mind. And to help you, you have, of course, the national contact point. And I'm thinking, of course, of our dear friends and colleagues from TÜBİTAK that are available here to provide specific advice and support, as well, of course, as the Commission services. We see a good participation, but that could be strengthened. And very bizarrely, a level of request, in particular in the context of the EIC accelerator in terms of equity investment, which is substantially lower than what we see in the majority of the other country. Just to make a figure behind these words, only 50% of the participants from Turkey in the context of the accelerator are calling for blended finance, while it is 70% for the other participants in general. Of course, another dimension that could be helpful for you will be that Turkey could join again the Enterprise Europe Network. And I know that there are some work which is running on this. And of course, we will, in the context of the work program 23, that we are already thinking about, take into account the very particular international context that we are living, the dark hours that we are living. And this will be, of course, something that you should follow closely. I will stop here. Maybe I was already too long, but I hope that it brings you a lot of interesting information. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, John David, for your excellent and informative presentation. I'm personally very happy to hear the program from you. Now, I believe our participants will also benefit from concrete experiences about the EIC or SME instrument support. And before going for questions, I would like to invite first our Turkish stakeholders, and then try to save some time for a couple of questions. We have now one of the companies who benefited from SME instrument support. Professor Andrea is together with us. I'd like to invite him for his presentation.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Andrea, founder and Chief Technology and Innovation Officer of Entekno Materials. In fact, I have two hats. I'm also a professor of material science at Eskişehir Technical University, but this time that I will be presenting my academic entrepreneurship side, and I would like to discuss with you the story of a technology from scratch to a global brand here. Thank you for your attention. So, yeah, thanks. So basically today we are going to talk about the Entekno story, and Entekno's story started in 2008 in Eskişehir Technological Development Region. And our vision for Entekno was to establish it as the premier supplier of the innovative specialty particles in the world. When I say specialty particles, I'm talking about the not commodity particles, but the particles which can really make impact whenever they are used. So basically we are working in the world of powders, and we are basically contributing to the development of the technologies by making an impact in the particle material science. So basically the Entekno's motto since its establishment is the respectful to the world. And when you look at our colors, basically you can see here that we have the ocean's blue, and we have the forest green, and also the sky's blue in our logos. So if we would like to talk about the particle technologies today, I'm going to talk to you about a special particle technology we developed recently, and it is called MICNO. MICNO's story started when we wanted to tackle one of the most important cases humankind encounter. And we found out that every year, 3 million people are diagnosed by skin cancer. Before the pandemic, it was one of the most challenging encounters, because every year ozone layer is thinning, and this adds up to the skin cancer cases. And according to the results studies, it has been shown that the 86% of these cases are related with the harmful UV rays. When I say UV rays, basically I am talking about both UVA and UVB. The study has also showed that if you use a cosmetic product with SPF 15 or higher regularly, you can reduce the skin cancer cases by 50 to 75%. So this is really drastic. And in the cosmetic products with some protection comes with the UV filters. So UV filters are the main component from the material science point of view for us. And the UV filters are divided into two groups, such as organic and inorganic, mineral-based. And dermatologists recommend the mineral-based ones because the organic ones dissociate under the sun and also cause the allergic effects. But dermatologists also recommend the broad spectrum protection, not only the protection on the UVA side or UVB side. They want the broad spectrum. And in the United States and also in Japan, the sunscreen products are counted as the medicines. So therefore that they need to be globally approved. They need to be approved, and also that they need to be tested. And when we look at the globally approved products or the UV filters available, what we see is that there are two mineral-based filters, and one of them is titanium dioxide, another one is zinc oxide. But the zinc oxide is the only one has the full spectrum. So when we see this from the material science point of view, we said it's great. So everybody should use zinc oxide because it is dermatologist's choice, and it's a great material for protecting our bodies, our children from the sun. But it was not the case, because I went to the pharmacy and then I checked all the sunscreens or the cosmetic products, and I was disappointed And the reason was that I could not have found any product with zinc oxide. Then I wanted to understand is why, what was behind that it was not the formulator's choice. So I talked to the people from the industry. I wrote some people at Estée Lauder, Shiseido, and other companies all around the world, just to understand as a material scientist, what was the problem with this technology. And they said that currently there are two main forms of zinc oxide, and these are micron and nanoparticles. And they said that they are not happy with these conventional forms. And to be more explicit, what they did not like, we basically ran through an industry questionnaire and asked them what was wrong with these technologies. And they said that with the micron particles, they are too large, and when you put on the skin, it gives the white cast color. So nobody likes this. It's not aesthetic. And they also said that the low surface area of the micron particles give the very low surface coverage. This was also another disadvantage. But when we looked at the toxicity values, it was a really safe product in the micron size range, because there were numerous studies. It was showing that it was quite, the safe. Of course, when I heard that the transparency and whitening is a problem, and I said, how about the nanoparticles? And they said, nano is great for the transparency and also the aesthetically and giving you the large surface coverage, but it has problems with toxicity, not only for the human beings, but also for the environment, because in the environment that basically the nanoparticles can be carried by water and it can be accumulated in the roots of the plants, and the plants growth can be slowing down, and also that at some point that they may die. So, but what was very interesting when we look at this table, do you see what I see? Yes, right? Because the reds in micron are green in nano, and the reds in nano are green in micron. So we said that how about we designed a new product, a new particle form, which will be the advanced form of nanotechnology. And then we said that, okay, how about calling it MICNO? MICNO is the global trademark of n-techno materials today. So with this idea, with this hypothesis in our mind, that we came up with designing a particle morphology, which would be looking like the hexagonal platelet-like micron size platelets, but they are nanos in thickness, so that over the skin, they behave like micron particles, but under the skin, they behave like nanoparticles. So it was like micron size, nanopower. So this technology was also recognized by the, the authorities, funding authorities, and one of them was SME Instrument Phase 1, and our project's name was STAR, Safe, Transparent, Active, and Reliable Mineral Sunscreen Technology. And this SME Instrument Phase 1, we received the grant for feasibility studies, and this was really excellent because this enabled us, or our technology, this enabled our technology to be seen by the other people. But I should also admit that we got this grant at our third time. So it was the third time is the charm. And we got also had some help from our friends. So with this grant, n-techno entered the SME Champions League. So it was really good and actually we did not say this. In the letter that we received for the grant, it was saying that welcome to the European SME Champions League. It was very nice. So I would like to point out one thing here, that the role of EIC programs for SMEs. And as you see here, basically that when we look at TRL level, low TRL levels, usually that the technologies are out of the radar of investors, customers, and licensees. So to make the technologies, to put them into the radar of the investors, licensees, or customers, we need a boosting platform. And this boosting comes from the EIC support, so that the EIC programs are very powerful tools to attract investors' attention and access to other funding opportunities. And that happened to us. So we basically met an investor and they decided to invest on us. And this was the Diffusion Capital Partners. They invested on us, and with their help, we started to grow. In the meantime, our feasibility report from the SME phase 1 study was really promising. So basically it was showing that this technology can lead European economy in the world as a really with a really big impact. So as a result, we applied for the second phase, and we received the second phase of the SME instrument in 2017, late 2017. And this was at the first application, which is really very rare in most cases, because we were very happy that this grant was achieved. So with this grant, it was total budget was about 800K, and we received about 550K from EU. And with this, we first basically developed our team much more stronger. In Entechno today, we have 50 people, and 30% of them have a higher degree, have a master's or higher degree. So we are an innovation company. And basically, another thing I would like to point out here, Cham Kang, the gentleman you see on the view, it was our coach in the SME instrument phase 1, because the nice thing about the SME programs or the EIC programs that they are not only providing you money, but also letting you to meet and get the expertise of the people from the field. And if you choose the right coach for you, and then the things are easier, because Cham was our coach in the first SME instrument phase 1, but then we decided to go with him as our commercial director, and he became our commercial director, and he's still and he's running our activities in our UK office. And also we moved from 20 meter square place to 5,000 meter square production area. And we established a very well equipped, excellent microbiology laboratory and the product application laboratory. And we also opened an office in UK. We completed all the certifications requiring for cosmetic business. And also during the commercialization stage, in innovation companies, science speaks for you. So basically what we did, we published many papers basically showing the impact of the microparticles over the nanoparticles. And basically this helped us to convince our big multinational company counterparts, because they were asking about how about this, how about that, and etc. So we were just trying to convince them with the science, nothing else. Our first global launch was in April 2019 in Paris at In-Cosmetics Global. In-Cosmetics Global is the biggest event in the world for the cosmetic raw materials. And Mycno was one of the finalists of the Rising Star Award. So it was really impressive that we were everywhere in innovation zone, etc. So it was the power of science, basically. And then we also had the North America launch, and it was in May of the same year. So this basically made the Mycno a global technology. And what we needed is basically, as a next step, we needed a strategic partner to go global. And with these activities, Croda is one of the leading companies in the field of specialty raw materials. Basically approached us, and basically we signed an agreement, and basically they invested on us. And now that our products are globally marketed through their agencies, over 2,000 sales locations in the world. I can proudly say today that you can see our products all around the world under the commercial name of Solvay Micno. And this was an outcome of the SME instrument phase 1 and phase 2 support. And today that it is commercially available and well-recognized product. Are we done? No, actually that we are still walking in this path. As you can imagine that the Micno is a platform technology. It is not only confined for the UV protection. So we recently developed the Micno Hygiene, and Micno Hygiene is used for the antimicrobial, antiviral coating technologies. And we are very honored that in Turkish market this is getting really high attention, and it has been also commercially sold. And we are also looking for the other alternatives for the lithium-ion batteries, because where we can really have an impact with the materials technology by using the Micno technology, and we have some papers. So basically we are looking for new projects and new collaborations in Horizon Europe. And I think that in Turkey that we need to understand, if we have the technology of materials, then that we will grow much more stronger, because the materials technologies are enabling technologies. With this, I would like to say one more thing, that we are also in collaboration with CTS, Chicago Telephone Supplies, Denmark office, in a Eurostars project, and we are also developing drop-in replacement of the lead-free, environmentally friendly products for the consumer electronics market. Thank you very much for your attention.
I also like to thank you very much. Sorry for the pressure, but I will have trouble with my colleague Burak for the next session. And now I would like directly invite Professor Özgür Yeniel for his experience with Soranus company.
Good afternoon. I am Özgür Yeniel. I am a gynecologist, and I have been working at EDEGE University in İzmir. Our story is simple, actually. Bladder control is provided under 3 years old. And to lose control of bladder in adult population is a big problem. It impairs quality of life. And actually it is a common and distressing problem. Stress urinary incontinence is a subtype of urinary incontinence, but most frequent subtype. And 1 in 5 women suffer from stress urinary incontinence, and 1 in 7 women have undergone surgery because of stress urinary incontinence. Women that suffer from stress urinary incontinence often feel embarrassed and tend to isolate themselves. It causes depression and limitation of social, even sexual life. Actually, there are a lot of surgical technique, more than 100 surgical technique, but 2 of them come forward: colposus suspension and midurethral sealing surgery. Colposus suspension is an abdominal surgery. It is major surgery, intense surgery, and it requires a 3-day hospitalization after surgery, and it has long recovery period, and it was a gold standard operation before 2000. And midurethral sealings, it is minimal invasive surgery. It defined at the beginning of 20s or at the end of 90s, and colposus suspension was replaced by midurethral sealing because it has very short learning curve. It is daily surgery. It has a lot of advantages. However, FDA reported some warning about this kind of therapy because erosion, it's like a rejection from body to mesh or implant, and it causes vaginal infection, discharge, bleeding, pelvic pain, and the complication, if the complication occurs, patient needs several reoperation, and sometimes it doesn't be cured, and patient has a chronic disease. The permanent and definitive treatment modality is surgery in stress urinary incontinence. And one type of surgery, it's major, but based on native tissue repair and safe. The other one is very side effective and impairs quality of life, mesh erosion. And we think that it can be an opportunity. And we established our company in 2018, and we collect two types of surgeries, advantages and get rid of the disadvantages, and it's a new modality. So vaginal archocolpos suspension or VEX device is a new medical surgical device, facilitates the surgical treatment of urinary incontinence. It's a new modality based on native tissue repair. It's safe. And after getting the prototype, we get European Commission support. And today we completed production of prototype and cadaver studies, and completed the certification process, CE mark, and some trademarks and design applications. And clinical trials are going on, and the first results are very well. And the FDA application is in progress. Our projects, it will finish in the middle of June. Our budget approximately €1 million. We produced a medical device and medical technique actually. And this is our team. We are an experienced team of medical and business and engineering. And next step, expecting EU project advisor evaluation visit in next month, receiving FDA approval and negotiation with investors. We are about to get investment nowadays and preparing for mass production. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Özgür Bey. I hope that we will be able to talk about your successes in the near future, which was provided by the support of the EIC. And these were from my perspective, these were one side of the coin. We looked at the proposal side from the project side, and we are now moving to the opposite side of the table. And I would like to invite Mr. Gürcan Ozan with his two hats. He is also a VC representative, and he is also a jury member of the EIC Accelerator program. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gürcan Ozan. I'm a partner at ACT Venture Partners, which is a VC fund. We are investing in Turkish startups and Turkish entrepreneurs and pushing them to grow. And we have a couple of I have a couple of different roles. I also act as a jury member at EIC. So I want to start with from the new perspectives of global economy, which are the unicorns. We are in a world of unicorns. These are venture-backed companies which have over $1 billion of valuation. They have mushroomed in the world, And there are currently over 1,200 unicorns in the world. And they raise huge amount of money. It's almost higher than $700 billion that they have raised up to now. And their total current valuation is over $4.3 trillion. So they are the new actors in the economy over the last 10 years. And the distribution of the unicorns show that these are mostly centered in the US and also China, but EU is also a good place for unicorns, especially last year. There were more than 86, it was around 86 unicorns that have emerged in the EU, and this is 5 times more than the previous year. So EU is also in a good pace when you consider the number of unicorns. But why these unicorns are important? Because these are the companies which are taking a lot of market share from large enterprises now. They are mostly in the consumer sectors, but they are also transforming the business and enterprise world. They have already dominated the fintech. You can make payments in single taps with your mobile device now, or make P2P transfers instantly all over the places of the world. But they are also in the industry fields such as AI or robotic process automation, in many different fields, in healthcare and also in cybersecurity. But not only unicorns are active in this field, there are also soonicorns, which are the companies which soon become a unicorn, or there are also minicorns, which are companies over $100 million of valuation. So these are all contributing to this transformation. How this growth can happen in very few years? This is an important question to think by the founders and also by the investors as well. Well, the first key thing is the disruption. It comes from innovation, and it's a radical change in an industry. It is a very big difference and change that all the other actors in the sector become to operate differently. The second thing is the growth. About the growth is the strong founders. These are key people who have extensive industry experience, or the teams that they build. So it's a very common feature of these unicorns that they have strong founders. And the revenue and user growth is a very important aspect of these unicorns. We see many unicorns which have achieved a very fast revenue growth or user growth. Companies like Slack or UiPath or Twilio, they have raised their revenues from $1 million to $100 million in 1 year or in 2 years. So this is a very, very ultra fast, incredible revenue growth. Also, there are some other companies which are in the consumer internet, and they raise their number of users. For example, Grammarly, they raised their user base from 1 million daily active users to 10 million daily active users in a couple of years. So how this can be possible is actually the disruption, the strong team, but most importantly, the private investments. So we see that many unicorns are raising huge sums of money from the private investors. And there are now multiple billion-dollar rounds, investment rounds, happening in the world. But why investors are investing in these, or how to attract private investors, are key questions that we can ask now. But The private investments are a step-by-step procedure. It starts from seed investment rounds, then the most important, I think, the most important funding round is Series A round. And then it follows with Series B, C, D, E, F, G. It goes round and round, and each round, the size of the round is increasing, the revenues are increasing, the valuations are increasing rapidly. But the key thing here is, I think, the Series A round. And in a typical Series A round, what is happening is actually the company is raising some money to continue its growth in a single industry and expand its team to continue fueling its growth in terms of revenues, of course. So there are some milestones for the Series A round. And first of them is customer validation. You need to have some customers to attract Series A investors. And what you tell them as a story is, if you put some more money in the company, then you will achieve much more growth and revenues. So the Series A investors can take some market risks. They can also take some execution risks. These are the risks that they can take in a minor sense, but they never take technological risks, because Series A means that revenue growth and user growth and other type of business growth criteria. Then the company shall not be engaged in technological development and validating the technology at that stage. This stage has already been covered in the seed stage, and as a result of the seed stage, the company should have a technological product that should be tested and validated in customers. So there comes EIC in the picture. So EIC is reducing the technological risk by supporting the development and enabling the market launch. That is why VCs are happy when they are when they see there is no technological risks. If they can put some money, if they can enable the high growth route of the company, then they will achieve much more returns as a result of that. So the EIC criteria is very obvious, and it has been in place since many years, and it's very clear. There are three main criteria blocks that you can consider. First one is the excellence about your innovation. It's mostly explaining your technology's novelty, and it should be based on a problem, actually. You should point out the current existing problems about the innovation and your solution, which is overcoming that problems. And you should also explain the right timing for that innovation. Very important thing is the TRL level of the proposal. It should be 5 or 6, and you need to be very clear about the IPR as well. And in terms of impact, the innovations should have a scale-up potential. So we can say that when you increase the capital invested in the company, then you will see the labor costs won't increase at the same level that you increase your revenues. So the revenues increase much more than the costs of your product. This is scalability, and it's very important, actually. Of course, the team is very important. You should have some key staff in your team to conduct development, plus have some customer validations. So the risks that EIC is looking at is actually they want to see that the innovation, the private actors are not willing to invest in this innovation by themselves. So there is a market failure here. So you need to show them that there is still a risk, and the EIC money is required to overcome those risks. And yeah, my personal recommendations as a jury member, by looking at many proposals at the decision stage, is, well, it's always possible that you can draft a perfect language proposal, but EIC is actually not looking for that. ERC is seeking ambitious and committed innovators. So be effective in the proposal, explain what you already have achieved and how your innovation is quite important for Europe, and be effective in explaining this in your proposal, also in your pitching sessions. And the jury cannot make judgments on your behalf. You have to explain everything in the proposal and also in the pitching. So you can't expect that a jury can add the missing pieces. So you have to put all of this information in the proposal. And when you come to the criteria, I want to give some more specific inputs here for you. The novelty is very important, but how this can be expressed is actually show the unmet customer needs. So there are always many different solutions to specific problems, but you need to show that there are still some unmet customer needs, and this is fitting for that unmet customer needs. And you need to show that this is a breakthrough innovation. EIC can fund incremental innovations, but if they have only have a very high impact. But EIC is mostly looking for breakthrough innovations. And you need to explain that if EIC or European investors do not invest in this technology, there is a risk of losing this to the other parts of the world. So the innovators and founders always seek for money, and they will go where they find the money. Therefore, it's important to explain that there is a risk of losing this technology if Europe will not invest in that. And timing is quite important. You need to explain the societal trends, technological trends. You can provide some examples about how the innovation is changing and the current trends. And there is a clear proof is needed for TRL 5 or 6, because evaluators and also jury members can easily understand the technological readiness level of the product. So you should demonstrate how you have achieved the TRL 5 level. There should be also a convincing IPR and freedom to operate plan. And there should be no questions related to them on the evaluator's mind. In terms of scale-up potential, the key thing is showing the traction and customer interests. If you can explain that, it doesn't matter, there are some paying customers. Of course, it's a very late stage activity in terms of launching the product, but you should show them some customer interests. And here comes the letter of intent into your hand. Provide some letter of intents from the customers that if you can achieve your targets, that they want to use this as a product. And market size estimation is very important, because not only private investors, but also EIC is interested with having some innovations, funding some innovations which have very high impact. And you should show that you have clear advantages over your competitors. And I think you need to show some partners in your proposals, because every business needs some partners in scaling up their innovations. And we are not happy when we see fictional partners. We want to see real names, and provide some names or your agreements with your potential partners. And last criteria is the risk criteria, which is that you can actually normally prepare very easily, but you should of course have some critical team and show that you have at least you have the technical capabilities to do that. And then it's very helpful if we can see a commercial background founder as well, and in addition to the technical talent, because it's not easy to find these profiles. You need to show them you can attract these kind of profiles in your companies, and don't hide what you are missing. Actually, you are receiving this money because you want to extend your team, and show that you are missing this talent, and you will hire them during the implementation. And the work plan should be realistic. You need to have a good organized work plan. Well, I think most important thing here is to demonstrate that the market actors that they are not willing to invest. We have seen many proposals that they have already raised huge amount of money from private actors and still saying that they are not willing to invest. But how can you explain this? You already have private investors in your capitalization table, but you're still saying that you need, there is a risk of private investors. So this is certainly a contradiction. And if you have this kind of structure in your companies, you should explain this, that you should explain there are still some risks to be achieved, overcome. For example, the existing private actors should have only provided small amount of money. Then you should explain that this is only a few amount of money. They just took the risks. They are angel investors. They like risks. So they have invested in the past to our company. But now we are in the phase that we need to scale and we need huge sums of money. But the VCs are not willing to invest themselves alone. So this is a very important thing. And if you can provide some letters here, it's very, very convincing. For example, if a VC letter can say that if the company raises EIC funding and successful in bringing a product to the market, then we are very interested in investing in this company. So that's a very helpful support from the VCs or investors that you can collect. And of course, there should be a risk mitigation, which is about the implementation and market interest or consumer demand. You should address this. Don't provide only 2 or 3 risks that you can face. At least provide some, 7 or 10 different risks that you might face, and clearly identified mitigation solutions for them. Actually, my presentation is this, and if you have questions, I can continue on the desk. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gürcan. I'm sorry for the time, but we had, I guess, very inspiring presentations during the session. I would like to first thank Mr. Can David Malo. He extended his time for us, and I would also like to thank our panelists who were physically here. And this is the end of our session. I'm sorry that there is no room for any questions, but you can write down your questions to us or to any of our panelists. I'm sure that we will answer your questions during correspondence. And there will be no break, and we are directly jumping into the other session. And I am inviting my colleague Burak Tiftik for the next session. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry. And I would like to welcome you all for this last panel of the launch event, which is in Industry 5.0. And Industry 5.0 complements existing Industry 4.0 paradigm by highlighting research and innovation as drivers for a transition to a sustainable, human-centric, and resilient European industry. And it moves focus from shareholder to stakeholder value. And I would like to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Liviu Stirbat. He's from Bucharest, Romania, and he's head of the unit for Industry 5.0 in DG for Research and Innovation. And previously he was deputy head of EU adaptation to climate change, and he's also worked on better regulation and innovation in the public sector. And our second panelist is Mr. Turgut Köksal Yalçın from Arçelik. I would like to invite him to our table also. And he's industrial robotics manager of Arçelik Production Technologies department and coming from mechatronics background. He's managing a group of young talented engineers under Arçelik Advanced Robotics Lab. And our third panelist is, I would like to invite I would like to introduce you Yavuz Emre Yağcı. He has a master's degree from Durham University, England, and PhD degree from Max Planck Institute, Germany, on polymer science. And he leads the R&D team in FAR+, Gebze, where various Horizon projects are conducted about digital transformation and sustainability in automotive. And our last panelist is Dr. Perin Ünal, and she's a managing partner at the Technopar, where she's responsible for business development and R&D activities and has been in charge of several H2020, ITEA, Eureka, and ERNET projects. And if the connection is okay, then we may start with Mr. Stirbat. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, no problem. Okay,
perfect?
I would like to give the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great honor to be on your screen today, this afternoon. I would have loved to be on site, but you know, travel restrictions these days, and also very busy times in Brussels, where I am based right now. Very sunny, very warm, almost 20 degrees. So I apologize for my rather informal attire without a tie. This afternoon, I'd like to speak to you about a vision that the European Commission has developed for the future of industry. And I have a couple of slides that I would like to share with you today. I hope that you can see them. If not, just for 1 second. Are the slides visible now?
Yes, we can see the slides.
That's perfect. Thank you very much. So I'll start from the very beginning. with the tagline, which is this vision that is starting to take shape inside.
Sorry, Mr. Stilbat,
yes.
Can you full screen it?
Yes, that's what I was.
Large.
Of course, yes, that's what I was afraid of because they.
Control large.
Yes.
Yeah.
That should be better. I think that should be okay. Yeah, I'm unfortunately sharing the other screen.
You can just. It's.
How about now? Is it the same?
No, it's same, yeah.
Okay,
okay
but
yeah,
it's fine.
Okay.
The images are very large, so not to worry. So thank you. So this vision that I explained to you is a sort of evolution from Industry 4.0 towards which we have been directing global industry for a while, but is firmly established on 3 pillars. First is human centricity, sustainability, and last but very much not least, that is resilience. I was hoping that they would advance. Okay. Just very briefly to explain to you, to take a bit of a step back to explain that this vision of the future of industry, a direction, a sort of North Star towards which we should be directing ourselves, is firmly anchored in EU priorities that have been established for the European Commission under President von der Leyen. And these are the European Green Deal, but also, very importantly, an economy that works for people, and one that is fit for the digital age. So out of these 3, but also you could expand it to the full set of political priorities, comes this vision of an industry that recognizes its power to achieve societal goals, but these would extend beyond jobs and growth towards a resilient provider of prosperity. And how would industry do this? By making production respect planetary boundaries, and also placing the well-being of industry workers at the center of the production process. Why have we developed this vision? What sort of pushes us towards this future? Well, we find it to be very clear and a very good business case, if you will, and the pitch which would justify us expanding and growing from Industry 4.0 to 5.0. First is the fact that we need to improve safety and well-being for the workers, but for society as a whole. It also helps industry by reducing costs, taking on resource efficiency. Also helps industry by empowering its workers, by not only controlling them, but also working with them and through them for the betterment of industry. This leads almost immediately to attracting better talent, and this in today's ever more sophisticated industrial sectors and advanced technologies, we can no longer dissociate from the best talent and from the workers. So having an industry, just like the examples we've heard in the previous session, one that is focused on providing value for customers, needs to provide also value for its employees. And also we need to push towards evolving and fastly adapting sets of skills that the workforce requires, and also to develop a competitive edge in new markets where all of these points that I've mentioned are increasingly essential for the success of a company. Then to go briefly through each of these in particular, first, an industry that works for people, so human centricity in the approach to industry means qualitative jobs, well-being for the workers, enhancing worker capacity, and also fostering creativity. Addressing the concerns of workers related to the future of their employment prospects is a great way to promote this quality and this well-being. And a lot of research that has been carried out, including through Horizon Europe, shows that the engagement of workers in the development stages of industrial technologies leads to much better accepted outcomes once these technologies are out in the market. And also the need to invest in the skills of the employees means that these outperform very often those companies that do not. And this has been very clear to us when passing to remote work during the early stages of the pandemic, when those who had these higher digital skills were better equipped to continue their work without interruptions. And truly, in today's digital age, this human capital, the knowledge and the creativity of the workforce are essential components for competitiveness. And yes, we should really look for technology to enhance rather than replace human capability. Another very important aspect in this human centricity that I mentioned before is the attraction of best talents. This is really important for millennials or for Gen Z who would often take a pay cut simply to work for a company in whose values they believe. And this is really a very pervasive phenomenon in the workforce nowadays, especially in the US, for instance. You've all heard of the Great Resignation, basically the walk off, where vast numbers of employees simply walked away from their jobs because they were no longer finding them stimulating or rewarding enough, or that they no longer believe in the values of their employers. Sorry. Moving on to the second pillar, which is sustainability, doing better with less. We have seen that at least in the EU, industry has been greater and a faster adopter of efficiency standards in terms of industrial greenhouse gas emissions. So really outperforming in that sense the average for the EU overall. And this would indicate that industry is really a driver for this push to sustainability that can be empowering society as a whole through its own actions. And this could help lead the twin transition that we often talk at the EU levels, the digital and the green transition, and lead us towards what is the ultimate goal, which should be a circular and regenerative economy rather than an extractive one that is truly sustainable. And one very important aspect, and we've looked into this through a lot of research funded through Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, the predecessor as well, is that this industrial transformation sustainability can help us also with the Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, in particular number 9 and 12, where really industry is a leader and should do much more for that. And last, but as I said in the beginning, very much not least, resilience for industry is extremely important, especially in today's geopolitical climate that I do not need to expand on, but also the climate change driven disruptions that have not been somehow set aside by the current political events, but on the contrary are somehow indicating an acceleration of these going forward. That is why then we need flexible and adaptable technologies. That is why we see that even the most automated and digitized companies, for instance, had to slow down their functioning due to a lack of people on site during the pandemic. And this shows, that no company can truly function without their human capital. That's also going back to human centricity. It's about having the right skill sets to adapt to unforeseen challenges. It's also about having the right tactical foresight on how to set up supply chains, in how to climate proof, if you will, your production facilities, to try to insulate yourself as much as possible from possible disruptions coming from everywhere. And also very importantly here, just as highlighted in the other two pillars, industry has a very important role to shape societal values and societal perceptions on resilience. They are, and if you will, at the front line of this transition. Coming to the end of this pitch, this somehow visionary push towards an industry 5.0, how to make it happen. There's a roster, there's a vast array of reforms, of investments, of rethinking and redrawing industry if you will, that needs to happen. And it spans really from taxation to environmental legislation and everything in between. And we at the EU are starting to draw the outlines of how this could happen. You know, already the Green Deal and the digital decade are starting to point in this direction. But with Industry 5.0, we see beyond that as well. And through the research that we fund in Horizon Europe, we're getting us there. And this, I'm coming to the end, is just an indication of the kind of research topics that have been funded and will continue to be funded in subsequent work programs of Horizon Europe, pointing in this direction. You see projects looking at the future impacts of new technologies on society, of ways in which factory workers and automation can operate in harmony and empower each other, but also how cyber-physical systems and life cycle management really can push all of these emerging technologies like augmented reality, AI, and so on, towards a circular manufacturing, a sustainable cycle of production. Very briefly on my last slide, we have an Industry 5.0 award. This will be in the final days before 1st of April, which is the deadline. We've already received many applications because there's a lot of interest among the Horizon Europe projects to contribute to this vision. And this award will be given at the Horizon Europe R&I Days in September this year. And if you are interested, there's a very interesting report from an expert group of the European Commission that took this concept, this simple yet powerful vision, and sketched out further avenues of further development, looking, for instance, into things such as governance 5.0 to really help achieve this transformative vision. And last but not least, again, there's been a lot of interest from the private sector, industry partners asking us to present this vision, telling us that in part they're already contributing towards its achievement, but also the venture capital industry is showing interest, because the interest and the idea would be to start entire new sectors or entire startup and scale up ecosystems that they are Industry 5.0 from the get-go, you know, from the ground up. They have this vision rather than having to transform and retrofit. So this is the vision. I hope Turkish partners in Horizon Europe will be willing and bringing their expertise and their knowledge to making this this vision a reality. Many thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stirbat. I have a question, and thank you for your valuable presentation. But I have a question about, it's known that profound industrial transformation is a must for Europe's ambition. And Industry 5.0 has a crucial importance in transformation. So what is the role of and significance of social dimension in Industry 5.0? Thank you.
That's a very powerful question. Many thanks for that. And one that I would advise, you know, participants to take into consideration when submitting project proposals, the social dimension of their industrial projects. European industry, but most notably also the SMEs, they're really the backbone of the European economy and the global economy in general. And in order to achieve these, the twin digital and green transitions, and to make sure that the economy really works for the people, this industrial transformation is very important. European companies have historically been global leaders in terms of advancing social economy and ensuring good working conditions for the workers, but the digital age brings really new challenges, and that's really something that needs to be kept in mind. In terms of really, to go back to concretely your question, societal aspects are about values, about moral deliberations, but also they make sense economically. It's really about your customers, your employees, and the societal fabric that connects them all. So it's really about engaging and empowering, securing the jobs of your workers to get their higher motivation and their higher output. It's also about better performing by bringing the workers in the early stages of the design to be able to ensure that they will properly and enthusiastically bring these new designs to the shop floor. and also about attracting the talents, really millennials, Generation Z. It's all about values and sharing them with you. Thanks.
And thank you for your contributions, and I hope this was beneficial for all of us. And I would like to continue with the panel with our second panelist, Mr. Turgut Köksal Yalçın from Arçelik, and I would like to invite you to the floor.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. And first of all, thank you for the patience. I believe this is the last session of the 2 days program. My name is Turgut Köksal Yalçın. I'm the Industrial Robotics Manager of Arçelik, and I'm working for the Production Technologies Department. So today I would like to share our experience in the Horizon 2020 program with a solid example, which is a project which we are currently in the final phase. Just a single slide for the Arçelik side. I just want to give some of the statistics. As you know, Arçelik is a lifestyle solutions provider, a global competitor in the arena. We have 12 different brands under the same roof. We have 28 production facilities all around the world, and we have more than 40,000 colleagues. So I'm representing one of those 29 R&D centers, which is the Production Technologies R&D. And our main focus is to improve the technologies that we use in our production facilities, our factories. So this beautiful view is from our lab. You can also scan the QR code to have a 3D tour. So in this lab, which we call Atelier 4.0, we are mainly focusing on robotics, automation, AI and machine learning in the manufacturing environment, and also the process modeling approaches. So we have a group of young and talented engineers who are all dedicated to production technologies. We are developing our own software and hardware components to tackle Arçelik's manufacturing challenges in all of our factories. So I will directly jump to our Horizon 2020 project, which we called Collaborate. It is part of the Factories of the Future program. It was started in October 2018. The coordinator of the project is Professor Zoe Dulgari from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. The overall budget was around 7 million euros, and this 7 million euros is distributed among 15 different partners in the consortium. The challenge providers, other than Arçelik, are from the automotive industry, aerospace, and some local companies who are also dealing with the automotive production. So basically, as Arçelik, our challenge in this project was to make an assembly of the TVs, LCD TVs that we produce, together with a human and a robot. They should be in a collaboration. So the original challenge, the original operation that we are doing currently is, as you can see on the screen, done manually by 2 different operators on a continuous line. And together with this Collaborate approach, Collaborate project, our focus and aim is to automate this process together with the human-robot collaboration, as well as some mobile robotics included in the solution. So the proposed solution is on the right-hand side. And we should click on this one. So here we are going to see the final demonstrations that we have achieved during the project. And while we are watching the video, I will try to explain what technical aspects are tackled here. So normally in the manufacturing environment, we have lots of different robots which are taking care of the assembly operations. However, almost all of them are hard-coded, so which means that we need to program each and every point for those robots before starting the production. And anything changes during the manufacturing, you need to reprogram them, you need to update them, you need to offset them. And this requires a skilled employee or an engineer to go to the facility and do all those kind of modifications. But together with the Collaborate project, we are trying to teach robots by demonstration. As you can see on the video, an operator or an engineer can easily show robot how to work, how to do the job. And there are no hard codes written in the robot itself. So as you can understand from the name, we are just teaching the robot by demonstrating what to do. After a couple of demos, the software in the background learns this task, generalize it, and then we are ready to use. And this is how a robot is now able to pick the card and put it on the TV. So there were lots of different software blocks developed by the academic partners, as well as the SMEs. So this robotic part is mainly developed on robot operating system, which we call ROS, an open source platform, so that we are also be available to use them afterwards, after the project is finished. So together with this Collaborate approach, we are now able to apply similar solutions to different problems of ours. During the project, we got quite experience from the partners, how to develop these kind of projects, how to develop softwares on the robot operating system. So the main idea is to have a collaboration between a robot and a human operator. So the robot does one of the tasks, human finished the second task by screwing the cards on the TV. So this was the solution that developed within the scope of the project. Here are some of the links to the projects for the publications and also the social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. And now we may pass to our third panelist, Dr. Yavuz Emre Yağcı. Okay, I will.
Hello, everyone. I will relate our success story with the Industry 5.0. The reason that we are awarded here is our Horizon project that we have been selected as the coordinator. Not only coordinating, but we were also the, we gave the idea of the project actually. And this only happened in a couple of years, starting our Horizon journey. Our first project was about circularity, chemical-based sustainability project. There we learned the language. Then the second project came with the coordination and even proposing the project idea. So I will discuss a little bit about how FARPlus acted so quickly because of its background. FARPlus is a multinational automotive company, a supplier of global OEMs, as you see on the screen, many of them. Addition to these, I would like to highlight the Turkish electrical vehicle, TOGG, as well. We are also a supplier of them. Our competencies are from R&D to product development to manufacturing, all the engineering process in between. And I would like to add the big data competency that we developed in the last couple of years as well. Also, the corporate memory, people, and vision contribute to addressing challenges and solutions that European projects are demanding. I would like to also address the memberships and the collaborations that we had been doing before our Horizon journey. Those were Fraunhofer and Aachen Lightweight Center memberships, multiple relations and collaborations with Turkish and international universities. And also local projects, TEDE projects help a lot for us to maturize, to work on Horizon projects. Having multiple Horizon projects at the same time helps to run them in a smoother, in a more mature way. So I would like to come to the main project, the revolution. This actually was a lightweight call in the Green Initiative. What we have addressed, Industry 4.0 and circularity to this project, which makes it actually a good example for Industry 4.5. It's becoming a very human-related, for human-centric process. In this project, as our core business, injection molding, we have seen the circularity is demanded by the world and by the OEMs. So how do we use sustainable materials where standards are quite harsh? How do we make recycled materials, green materials, to be accepted by these standards? There we thought of introducing the artificial intelligence with our partners, and 14 partners out of 10 countries have contributed to this project, and we are addressing multiple automotive parts. These all will be produced by sustainable and green materials. I would like to address an example for machine and human interface in the project. The AI-assisted intelligent lines to process these circular materials are going to speak with the operators, and they're going to suggest the new setup. So, and the new setup for the changing dynamics will always produce the okay quality parts. So this is our approach for Industry 5.0 in this project. And this is, as a summary, Revolution Project is an example of automotive and surrounding R&D ecosystem that embodies major challenges and solutions related to Horizon calls. And it will introduce the methodology to control circular materials in automotive. And here I have given some links so that you can see more information about our project and about our companies. One more thing to mention, as much as FARPlus focuses on the industrial revolution of global automotive demands, our FARC Labs, which is another entity in our holding, it focuses on smart mobility ecosystems and is already benefiting from all the fundings and attractions of European Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. And now I would like to invite our last panelist, Dr. Perin Ünal. Thank you.
Hi, this is Perin Ünal from Teknopar, an SME from Ankara. I am head of R&D and also I am managing partner in Teknopar. I would like to introduce our company in a few slides, and later I will give our Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe projects, and I will share the outcomes of the projects. Technopar is an R&D performing SME, which is founded in 1996 in Ankara, and it is one of the leading providers of automation systems and solutions in Turkey for different sectors like industrial facilities, energy sector, own vehicle applications, and defense industry applications. Technopar provides automation and information technologies-based solutions which integrates mechanics, hydraulics, automation, electronics, and information technologies applications, and delivers them as a single contractor with an end-to-end solution. Here you can see our research and development projects that are funded by national and international funds. Okay. These are funded by both national and international funds, by TÜBİTAK, and also by framework programs, Eureka and ITEA. The green ones are the ones that are finished already, and the red ones are ongoing projects with 2 new projects from Horizon Europe. And you can see that they are focused on mainly AI, IoT, digital twin, computer vision, and robotics applications. As you may already guess, the path to success is not a straight line. We had many unsuccessful proposals up to now. I wanted to share all of them with you here. As you may see, our first submission was in 2016, and our first successful project was in 2019. In some of them we were coordinator, and in some of them we were partners. And by today, we have 6 successful projects, and among 40 applications, we have 6 funded. I here would like to thank to TÜBİTAK for their support, and also to NCPs for their huge support. Thanks again. And okay, I'm just continuing with the Horizon projects now. Cognitivin is our first Horizon projects, and which has begun in 2019. And for this project, Sintef was coordinator from Norway, and there are 14 partners. This is an ongoing project which addresses the needs of process industry with hybrid and cognitive digital twins. For Cognitivin project, Technopar delivers IoT network, a digital platform for condition monitoring and predictive maintenance, and a cognitive digital twin as well. FlowCam is another project which is formed by a consortium of companies and research organizations from France and Turkey. CA is, as you may know, the largest research institute in France. And we are, as France and Turkey here, we are delivering a monitoring system for offshore wind turbines. Here, Technopar develops a data processing platform and methods for condition monitoring and predictive maintenance, and as well, we also develop computer vision algorithms. Quality project is, as you may know, it is the largest quality and zero defect manufacturing project in Europe with more than 40 partners. There are 14 pilots here, and Technopar, with with our facility, we have a manufacturing facility in Izmir, and we are here both technology provider and also use case provider. And we have provided one of our CNC machines as the pilot subject. And for this smart CNC machine, we develop a platform and we develop applications based on the platform for condition monitoring, for overall equipment efficiency, and also remaining useful life estimation. DigitBrain is one of the biggest consortiums in Europe for digital twin, and here we have a joint use case with Replaza from Spain. We are together developing a platform for their facility, which is the process facility, and we are delivering a digital twin for them. The process is called coil coating, and our team and Spain team are collaborating together for parameter optimization of the process with a digital twin. And this is a new project for us, Circular Twin. This addresses the needs for circular manufacturing, both for manufacturing and also process industries. And an AI platform is going to be developed in this project. Technopar will develop an end-to-end solution for our Turkish use case partner SOCAR in this use case, in this project, sorry. And here, the last one, this is led by Spanish partners. And here we are together with Silverline. What we are going to develop is human-centered robot interactions for smart manufacturing. And this is also a huge consortium with approximately 30 partners. And as a result, what are the contributions that Technopar delivers for these projects? Technopar has contributed to different publications and also discussion papers, and also research agenda, strategic research agenda documents, and also standardization efforts. This is also a very, I would like to highlight this effort. This is also very appreciated in EC ecosystem. And we are also a member of 2 research associations. These are BDWA and EFRA. One of them is based on factories of the future research, and the other one is big data value, but now renamed as data, AI, and robotics. DIRO, the new name is, yeah. And what we accomplish is, this is important, I think, we publish in academic journals and conferences. In 2021, these are 8 publications that we have published already. There are some more submitted, and we are waiting for the results. And we also try to disseminate our results with a dedicated website called Technopar Academy. We are trying to share the results and the outcomes of the projects with the whole ecosystem. And this is my last slide. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
So thank you, Dr. Ünal, for your presentation. And I thank you all of our panelists, today's panelists, for their contribution. And now I would like to invite Mr. Serhat Melik, our Horizon Europe National Coordinator, to give closing remarks of the launch event. Thank you.
So thank you very much, dear distinguished guests. My name is Serhat Melik. I am working as the national contact point for Horizon Europe in Turkey. Actually, first of all, I would like to share our gratefulness for your participation, both physically and digitally, to the Horizon Europe launch event. It is really both promising and encouraging for us to see that high level of interest to the event in both days. I also would like to specially thanks to both European Commission and their representatives for their presence and also their valuable contribution and therefore enlightening presentation. And also I especially would like to thank you to all of our speakers that sharing their valuable experience. This will also help us for paving the way in Horizon Europe. We hope that this event will also help us for raising awareness among our stakeholders for the newcomers considering the Horizon Europe program, and also we hope that it will also facilitate both the participation to the program and utilization from the program. Last but not least, I would like to also say that as national contact points, both my colleagues and I are ready to help you in all stages while entering to the proposals and also conducting to the projects. So thank you very much again for your participation and hope to keep in touch. Have a nice day and bye-bye.
Faydalı olmuştur herkes için de sizin için.